Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Honsa Sabita. It's an honor for me to be your master of ceremony on today's event, the first World ZAKAT and WAKA Forum webinar series Road to Leeds 2022. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Creator, who has been giving us guidance, happiness, and mercy so we can gather and participate in this special event without any obstacle. Also, praise and salutations upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who had brought us to the path of the light from the darkness in this life. In this special occasion, I would like to welcome the World ZAKAT and WAKA Forum Secretary General, Professor Honoris Causa Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur, MEC, who will give opening remarks for this webinar. Then I would like to welcome the respective speakers of the first session, the Honorable Professor Abdul Ghaffar Ismail, Professor of Islamic Financial Business at Putra Business School, University Putra, Malaysia, the Honorable Dr. Elnur Salihovic, World ZAKAT and WAKA Forum Deputy Secretary General, the Honorable Dr. Ahmad Juwaini, Director of Sharia Social Finance at Komite Nasional Ekonomi dan Keuangan Syariah, the Honorable Dr. Kurah Ayuniah, Islamic Economist at Ibnu Khaldun University Bogor. Also, I would like to welcome the respective speakers of the second session, the Honorable Dr. Zainul Abidin Kaji, World ZAKAT and WAKA Forum Deputy Secretary General, and also CEO Alkaf South Africa. The Honorable Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono, World ZAKAT and WAKA Forum Deputy Secretary General, and Badan Wakaf Indonesia Commissioner, and the Honorable Dr. Irfan Shauki Beg, World ZAKAT and WAKA Forum Executive Secretary and Islamic Economist at ITB University Bogor. Last but not least, we would like to welcome all participants of this webinar today. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin this event, let's say basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala make this webinar beneficial for all of us. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. On this special afternoon, please allow me to start in the following agenda, which is the opening remarks, which will be delivered by Professor Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur, MEC, World ZAKAT and WAKA Forum Secretary General. Please welcome Dr. Zainul Bahar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are okay. Please welcome Prof. Zainul Bahar Nur to deliver the opening remarks. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Dr. Zainul Baharnur, you may deliver the opening remarks.
All right.
Okay, please, the floor is yours, Doctor.
Thanks, Lord. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Salatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin. Syarafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. To the Deputy Secretary General of Zakat and Wakaf Forum and all excellencies who I believe with us now, and Excellency Executive Secretary of the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum, Dr. Irfan Sofibeik, and all the distinguished speakers, invited guests, and participants of the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum webinar series Road to Leeds 2022. Firstly, I would like to thank you for this great opportunity. It is a privilege and pleasure for me to give an opening speech for the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum webinar series with the topic revisiting the concept of Zakat and Wakaf core principles and its implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Zakat and Wakaf have a great history in Islam. In the past, one of the factors why Islam could achieve a golden era is the fulfillment of these Sharia instruments. The glory of Zakat can be found in Caliphate Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, while no one needs to get Zakat due to the high prosperity in that era. Also, in Wakaf, history recorded that the Ottoman Empire successfully managed Wakaf so that around 2/3 of land in that era was Wakaf basis that can be utilized to provide public goods for the society. But nowadays, Zakat and Wakaf must be revived due to the fall of awareness of Muslims to these instruments. It is necessary to be revived to answer the current global economic challenges, especially to recover the economy from the COVID-19 pandemic. Brothers and sisters, the previous COVID-19 pandemic gives momentum for Zakat and Wakaf to show their role and urgency in economics. For instance, from a Zakat perspective, Zakat is usually disbursed to fulfill the basic needs of the needy or used as capital and for the small enterprise, while Wakaf land is utilized to build an emergency hospital, for instance. The synergy of Zakat and Wakaf is not only sufficient for emergency needs and partial programs. In post-COVID-19, it must be developed for economic recovery and implemented with a complementary approach. Zakat and Wakaf must complement each other, considering that these two instruments have their own characteristic and potential. This concept brings an opportunity to utilize Zakat and Wakaf effectively by intermediating the availability of Wakaf and the needs of Mustahik. For example, Zakat-linked Wakaf can build a Mustahik enterprise center, while the land provided by Wakaf and the fund of development comes from joint fund of Zakat institutions. This mechanism can make the Wakaf asset to be more productive, as one of the obstacles to utilizing Wakaf assets is the lack of funds to build the project. The Zakat-linked Wakaf program can be successful if there is synergy between zakat institutions and wakaf institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum, along with our partners, has realized the urgency of global arrangement guideline systems for zakat and wakaf so that both of its utilization can be maximized to its fullest potential in an effective and efficient manner. Thus, leading to the idea and development of zakat and wakaf core principles. This is to retain as a flexible, globally applicable standard. The zakat core principles are formulated by the proportionality concept from a broad range of zakat institutions. The core principle of wakaf as part of Islamic finance embrace the principle of altruism, which promote or maximizes the benefits to others, inclusively for all humans and living beings. A well-organized wakaf system supported by information technology and compatible with other programs can be expected to serve as an additional vehicle of fund mobilization to support and significantly contribute to government economic development programs, particularly to programs for poverty reduction and comprehensive human development. The main objective of the zakat and wakaf core principles is to strengthen a sound supervisory management and a safety net instrument among Muslim countries. Brothers and sisters, in the spirit of continuously maintaining the standardizing zakat and wakaf management, today's webinar is a gesture to revisit the implementation of both the zakat and wakaf core principles. Alhamdulillah, today with us, we have many amazing and brilliant guest speakers who are all have experience in the implementation of the core principles. Furthermore, as the conference in Leeds draws near, we would also like to inform you that the forum plans on ratifying several more core principles this year. This is another great achievement of the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum, and I would like to personally thank all the parties who have been contributing and dedicating their time and efforts into developing these standards. Not only is this considered an achievement in the dunya, but we hope that all the work will also be considered as a reward even in the hereafter, inshallah. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, after a 2-year-long pandemic, which has caused us to face many challenges and obstacles in our daily lives, alhamdulillah, the world is now slowly healing and entering a new and better era. The continuously developing situation has allowed us to, inshallah, hold the first physical World Zakat and Wakaf Forum conference after the pandemic. This conference will be a great opportunity for an exchange of ideas and finally meet each other in person once again. This webinar is the first series of many which will be held as pre-event for the conference. Inshallah, the main event this year will be held in Leeds, United Kingdom, on the 28th until 30th of September 2022. I would like to personally invite all of the members to participate in this event to further enrich our discussion and share the spirit of zakat and wakaf to the world. Therefore, as World Zakat and Wakaf Forum Secretary General, I urge all zakat and wakaf stakeholders to utilize this event as an opportunity to discuss and enhance zakat and wakaf synergy. I truly believe that the synergy of zakat and wakaf can bring back to the golden era of Islam to give rahmatan lil alamin around the world. Brothers and sisters, lastly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all attendees from various organizations around the world, and also my gratitude to all committees that helped event to be successfully done. I hope to see you all in Leeds, United Kingdom, in the near to come. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your speech, Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur. Before moving on to the next agenda, we would like to kindly invite again Prof. Zainul Bahar Nur and all the participants to turn on their cameras for a photo session. The photo session will be led by the committee. Please, for everyone to turn on your camera. Okay.
For leading session, there are 4 pages for this.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Arwa. Now we move on to the next agenda. The next agenda is the first session of the webinar titled Revisiting the Concept of Zakat Core Principles and its Implementation, which will be led by our brother Abdul Aziz Yahya Shauki, Head of Innovative and Creative Program Division of Basnas. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Hunza. Am I audible, Hunza? Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, very clear, brother.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Hunza. Honorable Secretary General of the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum, Professor Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur, and Honorable Deputies of the Secretary General of the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum, and distinguished speakers, audience, dear brother and sister, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon from Jakarta, Indonesia, and welcome you back to the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum's webinar. This event is a series of webinars which is conducted by World Zakat and Wakaf Forum to support the main agenda, the 11th World Zakat and Wakaf Forum International Conference Meeting 2022 that will be held in Leeds, United Kingdom. So I am Abdul Aziz Yasoki, and I will become your moderator, inshallah, in this first sessions of the webinar with a very interesting topic about the revisiting the concept of a zakat core principle and its implementations. And we have a very lucky because today we have 4 prominent speakers here. The first speaker is Professor Abdul Ghaffar Ismail. He is a professor of economics of Putra Business School from University of Putra, Malaysia. And the second speaker, we have Dr. Enus Rafiq. He is the Deputy of Secretary General of the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum. And the third speaker is Dr. Ahmad Juwaini. He's the Director of the National Committee of Islamic Economics and Finance of Republic of Indonesia. And the fourth speaker is Dr. Qura Ayonia. She is the Islamic economist from the University of Ibn Khaldun, Bogor, Indonesia. So without further ado, we'll give the stage initiation to the first speakers to be delivered by Prof. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail that will bring the issue about the lesson learned from the ZAKAT core principle for quality improvement of ZAKAT management. So the floor is yours, Professor Abdul Ghaffar, and you have maybe 10 or 20 minutes to present. Thank you so much. The time is yours, Doctor.
I want to upload my. I just want to upload my slide.
All right,
yeah.
Prof.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I cannot open that. Maybe from the. I'm not quite familiar with this this machine. Can you see that?
Yes, we can see. Yes, we can see your screen, Prof.
Okay, my screen.
Yes, actually, but yes, but we can't see your presentation. Actually, only the screen.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Can you see?
Not yet.
Can you see that my screen?
No, not yet, Prof.
Not yet. Oh.
We can help you to present if you have a new material.
Oh, can you see that?
Not yet, Prof.
Not yet. Because I need to go to my iPad from download. See.
Yeah, all right, Prof.
Or I send it to your.
Forum, and he will issue the ZAKAT core principle. Has it been contributed towards a global ZAKAT development? Assalamualaikum, Dr. Eno. How are you?
Waalaikumsalam. Very well, alhamdulillah. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, fine, Dr. Eno. Thank you so much for joining us in this very great event. So without further ado, we will give you time around 20 minutes to present your topic. It's about that ZCP implementation or contribution towards global ZAKAT development. The stage is yours, Dr. Eno. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. First of all, I would like to thank organizers of this webinar and to thank the leadership team that organized it, this seminar, and the leadership of World ZAKAT and WAC Forum with the Secretary General, Dr. Zainul Bahar Noor. I hope this webinar will be good introduction to the this year annual meeting and conference, WZWF and WACF Forum Conference that will be held in Leeds in UK. And after, as Secretary General said, it will be, I think, last time we met in Bandung in Indonesia before the pandemic. And this year we will, inshallah, meet again in UK, in Leeds, to share ideas and to discuss many important topics related to ZAKAT and WACF globally. For today, this topic of my presentation is about has ZAKAT core principles been contributed towards global ZAKAT development. At the beginning, I can say that the answer is yes. ZAKAT core principles has played important role in helping WZWF and WACF Forum in assessing and recognizing organizations that establish proper systems for collection and distribution of zakat. Of course, this zakat core principles helped many members of World Zakat and WACF Forum in some internal assessment and determination of the performance of various organizations that are members of World Zakat and WACF Forum. When we talk about zakat, there are several areas that are covered by zakat core principles, and from my point of view, some of most important pillars that should be put in focus in the process of assessment of Sharia compliance, work and performance of zakat organizations are proper management of collection and distribution of zakat, proper legal foundation, Sharia supervision, licensing, and proper infrastructure of the organization. We know that today we have, alhamdulillah, we have in World Zakat and WACF Forum, we have organizations and from 40 countries globally, including majority organization from majority Muslim populated countries and minority Muslim populated countries. And these core zakat core principles are very important, especially for the organizations in minority Muslim populated countries. And later I will say something more about that. Zakat core principles has played and can play greater role in helping leadership of World Zakat and WACF Forum in assessment of potential new members that apply for membership in World Zakat and WACF Forum. Through using the zakat core principles, we can have a more clear picture of the organization that apply, with the answering on some questions and issues that are put in zakat core principles. We can get appropriate answers about the and clear picture about the performance management and legal foundation, and what is very important today, Sharia supervision and Sharia compliance of zakat, of organizations that they are today, unfortunately, there are more and more organizations, not only Muslim organizations. There are various organizations guided and headed with non-Muslims that are trying to collect and distribute zakat. And these zakat core principles can help us in assessment of these organizations and what they are doing, and if they are fulfilling some basic requirements to be considered as a proper zakat collection and distribution organization. Zakat core principles can help World Zakat and Waqf Forum and its members in improving collaboration through exchange of ideas, best practice, successful stories, and creation of new projects and platforms for collaboration between World Zakat and Waqf Forum members, and between the members and external. One of fundamental goals of zakat is to ease or to decrease big socio-economic differences, and possibly to establish socio-economic equilibrium in society. World Zakat and Waqf Forum with partners can contribute to ease big socio-economic differences on global scale, and to work and to contribute to the achieving on SDGs, especially SDGs 1, 2, 3, and 4. I already in some previous conferences and webinars, I talk about some ideas of the establishment of the some global fund that World Zakat and Waqf Forum can establish with partners. We can call that fund Global Zakat Fund or Global Waqf Fund, or maybe one of the best names could be Global Islamic Social Financing Fund. And I really see this as a necessary one of the next steps of World Zakat Forum and some global Islamic organizations such as Islamic Development Bank, and World Zakat Forum can coordinate activities on collaboration through that fund. World Zakat and Waqf Forum can coordinate activities on collaboration between Zakat and Waqf organizations and partners on providing necessary assistance to emergency areas and supporting projects of regional and global importance, such as food security, education, research and development, health, and other projects. Zakat core principles with strengthening of zakat organizations can contribute to the possibility that zakat organizations can also collaborate on the regional and global level and contribute to some global and regional projects of high importance for the, first of all, for the Muslim communities, and also for other people. We can imagine if only 5 to 10% of current zakat collection. We can, there are some estimations that current zakat collection of the zakat organizations globally reach around 30 billion US dollar. And we can imagine if only 5 to 10% of that collection zakat organizations coordinated by World Zakat and Waqf Forum and global partners, other Islamic organizations that contribute 5 to 10%, that can generate, that would generate between 1.5 to 3 billion US dollar annually for these projects of high importance for the Muslim communities globally. And this is something that I can just say that some international organizations, I can say for example, one of the biggest international organizations such as Medicine Sans Frontiers, Doctors Without Borders, their annual budget is 2 billion US dollar, and they have they have around 65,000 of people, of the staff engaged in around 80 countries globally. I just would like to give some picture of the big potential that we can do with just small investment from, it is only 5 or to 10% of the zakat collection that we can generate for the some regional and global projects, and that can enable us to have a very powerful organizations such as some global leading international organizations. Also, zakat core principles can help in improving transparency and efficiency of zakat organizations, and this also can be very important for the global zakat development. We are all aware that there is a huge need for eradication of misuse of zakat funds and inefficiency of zakat organizations. We are aware that unfortunately still in some Muslim countries we have a quite inefficient zakat management, and with the implementing of zakat core principles, zakat organizations and people responsible for the management of these organizations can improve their performance. And of course, what is unacceptable, this is the misuse of zakat funds. That unfortunately, I'm afraid that that will be increased by the increasing of number of various organizations that are collecting zakat today, including non-Muslim organizations. And we have a responsibility as a World Zakat and Waqf Forum to try to prevent this and to try to clearly say and talk about this problem on our conferences and webinars such as this and next World ZAKAT and WAC conference in Leeds and others that will come, inshallah. We know that millennials and younger generations of ZAKAT payers, they require more innovations, digitalization and transparency in ZAKAT distribution. That's why some of them prefer to support globally known organizations and give ZAKAT to their projects. Because of fact that some international organizations have a good infrastructure and they are progressing very well in the digitalization, and that's something. And of course, very good marketing, investing a lot of money in marketing and innovation. And I believe that ZAKAT core principles can help us in also. When I say us, I mean ZAKAT organizations and members of World ZAKAT and WAC Forum that can help us in increasing our innovations, in increasing the number of members that are implementing digitalizations and improving the transparency of members of the World ZAKAT and WAC Forum. Also, ZAKAT core principles can help us in assessment of international organizations in their engagement related to ZAKAT. We know, we witness today that some big international organizations, including some UN organizations, such as we know that today we have UNHCR, Refugee ZAKAT Fund. We also have other international organizations that are trying to collect ZAKAT. And we should be in close contact with them, and we should to, in some extent, to supervise this process and to clearly say if there is something wrong in their ZAKAT management, or it is from my point of view. I believe that. No one international organizations can establish proper internal Sharia supervision, and I know that from my experience working with UNICEF, and it is clearly that they are not able to provide appropriate internal Sharia supervision, and that's why it's very hard that they can collect, that they can operate as a ZAKAT collecting organizations. What they can do is the ZAKAT distribution in collaboration with ZAKAT organizations. And this is something that also these ZAKAT core principles can help us in some collaboration with them, at what extent we can collaborate, and what is the appropriate ways that they can implement in their practice related to ZAKAT. Also, ZAKAT core principles can contribute in potential establishment of ZAKAT certification and licensing body, global ZAKAT certification and licensing body, established potentially by World ZAKAT and WAC Forum. This would be highly important for Muslims in minority Muslim populated countries, where there are no Islamic communities and ulama councils that can provide proper certification and Sharia supervision to organizations that collect and distribute zakat. And I believe that World Zakat and Waqf Forum in the future, using this zakat core principles, can contribute more on and can establish some kind of the body for certification and licensing for the organizations that are trying to operate as zakat collecting and distribution organizations, especially in minority Muslim populated countries. Zakat core principles can contribute in safeguarding a noble and sacred role of zakat as their pillar of Islam, and this is our main mission. And all that I say about the various organizations that are trying today to work on to collect and distribute zakat, our mission is to safeguard zakat as a third pillar of Islam, and to prevent all attempt to
Dr. Anur,
to present.
I'm
finishing.
Oh yeah, all right, thank you.
To present zakat as a just donation or sadaqah. We know that zakat is the pillar of Islam. It is our responsibility to safeguard zakat as a pillar of our faith, and not to allow anybody to just try to decrease the value of zakat, making it and presenting it as a donation or ordinary sadaqah. This is the I hope I use not so much time, and I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Brother Anur.
Thank you, Dr. Anur, for your insightful discussions. Yeah, you have some important points of how the zakat core principle could improve the quality of zakat administration around the globe. So, dear brother and sister, if you have any questions to Dr. Anur, you may send your questions through chat box of the Zoom meeting, and we will mention or will deliver a question to the speakers after the end of the session. Thank you. So thank you so much, Dr. Anur. So let's move on to the next panelist. We have Professor Abdul Ghaffar Ismail, the Professor of Islamic Financial Business at Putra Business School, and he will deliver about the lesson learned from a zakat core principle for quality improvement of zakat management. Professor, are you joining us?
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Abdul Aziz, our moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. The distinguished guest, Dr. Zainul Baha, our Secretary General, fellow speakers, I've been given this topic to discuss today on the lesson learned from zakat core principle for quality improvement of zakat management. So I move on to the can you please move on to the second slide, please? Okay, I just want to recall the historical perspective, because I was one of the earlier group that produced the ZAKAT core principle, the document. If I can recall that some of the information from the ZAKAT core principle that was published in sometime, I think in March or April 2016, where Basnas and Bank Indonesia published consultative document on core principle for effective zakat supervision. And as mentioned in that document, that document adopted the existing internationally recognized framework of the Basel core principle, which is mainly meant for banking system. So it produced a minimum standard for sound prudential regulation and supervision of banking system as a whole, and also a model. So this model, this core principle is used as a model for assessing the quality of the supervisory practices among the financial regulators in the world. Okay? Can you move on to next, please? And if you look at the zakat core principle, actually it represents an international standard of higher level principle to achieve and assess the zakat supervisory practices. And one of the objectives of ZCP is to improve the quality of zakat governance and also to optimize the potential of zakat. So this is the main objective of zakat core principle, as mentioned in that document. Okay, next, please. If you look at the coverage of this document, it covers the legal foundation, covers zakat supervision, covers zakat governance, intermediary function, risk management, and also syarah function. And also have been discussed by our earlier speakers on this. Some of the coverage in this document. It covers all these 6 items. Next, please. And if you look at from the zakat core principle, the Malaysian perspective, how we adopt that, okay? How we adopt that, the core principle. I think I should mention here that this is among the countries, Malaysia, Singapore, and also Brunei, are among the countries that have a legal foundation that are clearly stated in our federal constitution. So meaning that in our federal constitution, we mention clearly that zakat, fitrah, baitumal, or similar Islamic religious revenue shall be paid into the state baitumal fund, meaning that it is zakat belong to the state, or like in Indonesia, belong to the province. Okay? It is not belong to the federal government. And what we can say from here is, which I disagree among the views among the scholars who says that zakat actually is a social finance, okay, Islamic social finance. I don't agree with that, because why? From this legal foundation, we can say that zakat is part of the public finance. It's not part of the social finance. It is part of the public finance, meaning that it belongs to the government. Okay, it can also help to run the country or to run the state, where the state can get the revenues from the sources. Okay? From the zakat supervision perspective, in Malaysia, we consider that the authority who manage zakat as a statutory body, meaning that if you are a statutory body, you need to follow the public sector accounting standard. Okay, so if you want to follow because you have to follow the public sector accounting standard, meaning that you are subject to the audit exercise that come from the Ministry of Finance, okay, or from the Auditor General of a country. Okay, so supervision come from that authority. So they are the person they are the authority that supervise and also advise on how you deal with the fund, or you want to deal with the zakat. Okay. In terms of the zakat governance, we look at from the perspective that as a statutory body, you must have a governance structures. Which one you have to follow the governance structure, which we consider as the best practices. Okay. So normally, as the board should comprise of the member, meaning that we have the board composition, and also not only that, the board members have to follow a certain composition, the numbers. You have 7, 6, 10, or how many? It depends on which one is a good as that composed as a board members. And also the board members should have the skill and also qualification. Okay, skill and qualification, meaning that qualification may be qualification in Islamic economic, qualification in zakat management, or maybe qualification in Sharia. Okay, the board members should have that qualification. And then the board members should be independent. They shouldn't be considered as a politically exposed person or PEPs. Because when you talk about the risk management, normally we will highlight that in our risk management, that if the board members are people that are exposed to political exposed person, meaning that you won't get a good in terms of your rating for your risk rating. Okay, so therefore board members should be an independent person. Okay, tenure and also refreshment. You should have a numbers of years to be the board members. It shouldn't be, for example, 20 years as a board members. For example, you must have a target, let's say, for members to be reappointed for another term, for example. It shouldn't be for quite a number of years. And also you need to have a succession planning. Okay. And diversity, meaning that in terms of skill and qualification, you must have the diversity. Diversity in terms of the composition, diversity in terms of the skill, and also the diversity in terms of your qualification. Okay, next please. Okay, next slide please. As an intermediary function, we need to look at, because zakat is managed by the institution, meaning that we need to look into the input. The input come from the zakat, zakat that the zakat payer pay the zakat as input, and output is mean that the distribution. So whether the input or output are linked efficiently, it depends on the efficiency of the institution. Because some studies says that you are not efficient because of your institution are not efficient. So input and output become efficient, meaning that the collection and distribution become efficient if the institution become efficient. Okay. Risk management, whether we want to consider that risk management as part of the board committee, yes, we do it in Malaysia, where risk management become part of the board committee, and it actually the risk management is translated into a risk manual framework. Okay, so meaning that you need to look into that the risk management framework from that perspective. So you need to have the risk manual framework. For example, if let's say one of the component of the board members is a politically exposed person, so meaning that you have to spell out clearly in your risk manual framework to show that if there is somebody who are politically exposed person in your board members, so you won't get a good remarks or you can get a strong ranking in terms of your risk. Okay. And the Sharia function in order to make sure that the institution or the management follow comply the Sharia. So Sharia function should become part of the board committee. So this is should be clearly mentioned in that. Okay, next please. So that is the perspective from the Malaysian perspective. Now I want to highlight on the document. Okay, to improve the document in order to improve the management, the quality management of our zakat. Okay, when will the document be updated? Because it was published in 2016. Okay, So it's very timely to revisit that principle, at least to revisit the principle. What the current, we have about 16 or 18 principle. I forgot about that. So maybe you want to increase the principle, or we want to redo the principle. Okay. Another point is, because zakat core principle are universally applicable, meaning that it is applicable for small country, or it is applicable for a big country or big size of zakat institution. Okay. Or it is or zakat is part of only a small institution, in the sense that maybe the what is part of the because the Muslim become the minority in that particular country. So meaning that zakat core principle actually, how can it be embed the concept of proportionality, okay, especially to accommodate a range of zakat system, and also a broad spectrum of zakat deepening, in terms of deepening and also diversity of the zakat institution. Okay, next please. I think this is the last slide. Yeah. The next one is, who is actually the prudential authority? Okay. If you have in this world where we have the Islamic Financial Services Board, is the regulatory body for banking, Islamic banking institution, and also the takaful business. We have, I think 5 years ago, we suggested, when I was in IDB, we suggested to have the similar like IFSB, Islamic, this is the Islamic Financial Services Board, that cater the need of the non-banking institution, which comprise of, among others, zakat institution. So we need to have that at the international level, so you can have this international level that can produce or that can own the zakat core principle, and then the country can apply it, or the zakat institution can adopt it. Okay, where I believe that this prudential authority may use the core principle as a benchmark to assess the quality of their regulatory and also supervisory framework. Okay, and also to help inform future work priority. What should be the future work priority in zakat management? That should come from the prudential authority, which I believe that it can be done through IISB, okay, Islamic Financial Services Board for non-banking institution, okay. Which also, this core principle can be used by central bank or financial authority to evaluate the effectiveness of a country system of banking supervision. Why? Because there is a link between the banking system and also the zakat system. Okay, zakat system can also affect the banking system stability or supervision. So as a whole, it affects on the financial sector assessment program, because the precondition here is for effective supervision, and also the 18 core principles, they are deemed essential to support a sound supervisory system. So meaning that to support a sound supervisory zakat supervisory system, so we need to have a close relationship with the central bank or financial authority, because we cannot run away on the financial stability of the financial sector as a whole without incorporating the financial stability of the bank, of the zakat system. So that is the three important observation. One is, we have the prudential authority at international level, okay, and then we have to revisit, to look into the core principle, and then the applicability on the proportionate rate or proportionality principle, where this core principle can be adopted by many institutions or many countries. Okay, so I think that's it, Brother Ali, Aziz. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Abdul Ghaffar, for explaining to us about the very important point of Zakat core principles. Your presentation is very insightful for us. So thank you so much for your present in this very great evening. Yeah. All right. If you have for the audience, if you have questions for the panelists, don't forget to write down your questions in the chat box of the Zoom meeting, and we will deliver the question to the panelists at the end of the session. Thank you. All right, dear brother and sister, and dear panelists, let's move on to the third speakers here. We have Dr. Ahmad Juwaini. He's the director of the National Committee of Islamic Economics and Finance, or CNEX, Indonesia. And also he is a former of the Secretary General of the World ZAKAT Forum, if I'm not mistaken. So he will bring the issue about the policy approach to implement ZAKAT core principles. So without further ado, I will give the stage to Dr. Ahmad Juwaini. Hopefully he is in the Zoom meeting right now. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Ahmad.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you for joining with us. So the stage is yours, Dr. Ahmad. You have time about 25 minutes to present your topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Aziz. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, first of all, we would like to thank to WZWF and Wakaf Forum for hosting this seminar. Especially thank you for distinguished Pak Zainul Baharnur as a Secretary General WZWF and Wakaf Forum. The theme is revisiting Zakat core principles and implementation. Related with this theme, I will present about policy approach to implement Zakat core principles. Ladies and gentlemen, brother and sister, as we know, currently Indonesia is a country with the largest Muslim population in the world. As a country with the largest Muslim population in the world, Indonesia is also very concerned about developing Islamic social finance. This is because Indonesia is known as the most generous country based on the data released by the Charity Aid Foundation in the publication of the World Giving Index 2021. Indonesia is placed as the most generous country. In addition, in Indonesia have potential for zakat and wakaf fund. The potential for wakaf is about 180 trillion rupiah. It's about 12.4 billion US dollar. And potential for zakat is 327.6 trillion rupiah per year. It's about 20.9 billion US dollar per year. And we also know that Islamic Social Fund have an important and significant role in improving people's welfare. Zakat funds play a role in provide the basic need of the poor, such as provide the food, clothing, shelter, health, and education. After provide their basic need, the poor people can be assisted with infaq funds, wakaf, and Islamic microfinance financing scheme, so they can move up to become a productive people, and then they are able to pay zakat as agniya people. If we want to know how is the condition of the zakat ecosystem in Indonesia, these pictures briefly describe the zakat ecosystem in Indonesia. This picture shows the relation between muzaki or zakat payers, amil or zakat managers, and mustahik or zakat recipient. In Indonesia today, muzaki pay zakat in 3 ways, namely paying zakat directly to mustahik, and then paying zakat through informal institution, such as mosque, Islamic boarding school, or orphanage, and paying zakat through formal zakat institution, namely Basnas and LAS, or zakat institution formed by the community or people and obtaining permission from the government. Then the zakat is distributed to mustahik to help mustahik, as well as to change the life of mustahik, so that they can become entrepreneurs or have income, until finally the mustahik can turn into muzaki, and they are ready to become as zakat payers. Okay, for zakat core principles, as we know, zakat core principle coverage is zakat principle have 6 dimensions, yeah, from legal foundation dimension, zakat supervision dimension, zakat governance dimension, intermediary function dimension, risk management dimension, and Sharia governance dimension. And we will improve the acceleration of implementation zakat core principle especially in Indonesia. Maybe we can view the picture about relation of zakat core principle with some regulation in Indonesia, such as the example is the relation zakat core principle with fatwa ulama council or fatwa MUI, and then relation the zakat core principle with zakat regulation Indonesia, regulation produced by legislative or Ministry of Religious Affairs, and then relation zakat core principle with zakat organization management regulation by Basnas, and then relation zakat core principle with legal entity foundation, because in Indonesia we have the law of foundation, one of the law form to set up the zakat institution by people or by society. And then zakat principle have relation with Indonesia zakat accounting standard, especially with accounting standard number 109. And then zakat principle have relation with Indonesian National Professional Competency Standard of AMIL. And also, zakat principle have relation with Code of Ethics of Amil Zakat and Philanthropic Institution. In Indonesia, some association of zakat and some of association of philanthropy have code of conduct, yeah, or code of ethics, and the content of code of ethics and code of conduct from Amil Zakat organization and philanthropy organization have a relation with zakat core principles. And then zakat core principle also have relation with some regulation in Indonesia. The example is have relation with anti-money laundering and corruption law in Indonesia, and then have relation with public information disclosure law, and then also have relation with tax regulation or tax laws in Indonesia, and then have relation with anti-terrorism law in Indonesia, and also have relation with fundraising money and goods from Ministry of Social Affairs. This topic is very still hot in Indonesia about relation zakat good amil governance with fundraising and money and goods law in Indonesia. And then we must synergize and mix collaboration with some stakeholder who manage the others regulation in Indonesia, and how to implement the zakat or principles between and together with some regulation have relation. This is the list of fatwa MUI or Indonesian Ulama Council have relation with zakat core principle. We will skip. This is the other list, and then this is the regulation list, regulation category, regulation list have relation with zakat core principle. Regulation category from law, government regulation, or Indonesia called peraturan pemerintah, and then Ministry of Regulation, Ministry of Religious Affairs decree, then Directorate of General for Guidance of the Islamic Community decree, and then Basnas regulation. Yeah, in Indonesia we have a lot of regulation who regulate zakat organization Indonesia. In other side, we know that zakat organization with non-profit organization characteristic have limited manpower and resources, and they must most focus on impact and fast response. But in the other side, we need regulatory, supervisory, reporting, and integration to regulate and supervise to zakat organization. In this condition, we need anticipate misuse of zakat fund, optimization of the masalah of zakat, and then zakat ecosystem development and policy recommendation. From this condition, we must make balance the important the important of to make a good regulated to make good regulation for zakat institution. This is the last slide from me. How to afford the accelerate ZAKAT core principle, implementation of ZAKAT core principle, especially in Indonesia, maybe. Yeah. The first effort is we must or improving ZAKAT core principle literacy through the activities of the Ministry of Religion, Basnas, and the Association of Zakat Institution, like Zakat Forum, etc. And the second one is making Zakat core principle as one of the material on the competency certification of Amil Zakat. In Indonesia, a competency certificate for Amil Zakat has been established, which is commonly known as SKKNI for Amil Zakat. In the future, material about Zakat core principle in the Amil Zakat certification is necessary. The third effort is holding competition and making Zakat core principle rating between Zakat institution or between regions. Later, the winner or the one who achieve a high position will be given a prize or some incentive. Yeah. And the last, we can adding Zakat core principle point in the standards mechanism for assessing the quality of management of Zakat institution by management audit or Syariah audit. So all Zakat institution will implement the content of the Zakat core principle because it become part of the assessment and evaluation or the existence and sustainability of Zakat institution. Maybe enough presentation from me. We hope this is very useful for us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much to Dr. Ahmad Juwaini. The discussion is quite very fruitful and very insightful for us, particularly for practitioners here. So we highly take notes for the importance of implementation of ZAKAT core principle. Thank you once again to Dr. Ahmad Juwaini. And if dear brother and sister, if you have any questions for Dr. Ahmad Juwaini, you may write down your questions in the chat box, and we'll deliver the question to the panelists after the end of the session. So thank you so much. And let's move to the other sessions. We have the last panelist here. We have the Islamic economist from University of Ibn Khaldun from Bogor, Indonesia, Dr. Qurrah Ayunia. And she will present very interesting topics about the Zakat core principle implementation index, the case of Indonesia. As you know that Dr. Qurrah Ayunia also the associate researchers of the National Board of Zakat. So she will present about what we do in how to measure the implementation of Zakat core principles, particularly in Indonesia. So without further ado, I will give the time for Dr. Qurrah Ayunia to present the important points. The stage is yours, Dr. Qurrah Ayunia.
Okay, thank you very much, Brother Aziz. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Amma ba'd, rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Respected General Secretary of World Zakat and Wakaf Forum, Professor Zainul Bahar, and all the committees, respected speakers, and also all the participants who joined at this very special occasion. First of all, I would like to give appreciation to World Zakat and Wakaf Forum for holding such a very precious event. And in this very precious opportunity, I would like to present and explain to you about implementation index in order to evaluate the implementation of Zakat core principles in the case of Indonesia. And the outline of my presentations today consists of: the first one is background of the study, the second one is the research objectives of this study, the third one is research method, the fourth one is result and analysis, and last one is conclusion and recommendation. As we have already heard from the explanation from the previous speakers, that Zakat core principles is actually a collaborative work between Central Bank of Indonesia, Islamic Research and Training Institute Islamic Development Bank, also the National Zakat Board, and also 8 countries, including Pakistan, Malaysia, Arab Saudi, Turkey, Bosnia, South Africa, Sudan, and also Singapore. And Zakat core principles was firstly launched in the World Humanitarian Summit of United Nations in Turkey in 2016. And the core principle includes 18 core principles in relation with the zakat management in order to encourage the zakat institutions to have an effective zakat management. And implementation index of zakat core principles is actually a derivative measure from zakat core principles in order to evaluate how is the zakat core principles being implemented in each institutions. And it is actually a collaborative work between Central Bank of Indonesia and also the National Zakat Board in Indonesia in 2020. And actually the purpose of this index is in order to improve the quality of zakat management so that it is more effective in mobilizing public social funds that aims to achieve welfare of the society. Actually, this implementation index of zakat core principles has been published in 2020, and this is the cover of the publication. You can also download from Basnas website, and the authors from National Zakat Board and also from the Central Bank of Indonesia. And actually, the objectives of this publication is: the first one is to formulate what are the dimension variables and also indicators that build the zakat core principles implementation. How can we know whether one zakat institution has already implemented zakat core principles or no, if we don't have any indicators that build that principles? Therefore, the main objective of this publication is to formulate what are the indicators, variables, and dimensions of these zakat core principles. And also, after we have the formulation of this index, we also conduct the pilot project of implementation index of zakat core principles to 10 zakat institutions in Indonesia. And the method that we use, the first one is for the formulation of the implementation index, is that we use the focus group discussions and also from the expert judgment. So the weight of each indicators, variables, and also dimensions is assessed using the expert judgment. And the second one, we do the survey of this implementation index by choosing several zakat institutions using non-probability purposive sampling. And also after we get all the data from those respondents, we also measure using the multi-weight stage index, because each variables and dimensions have their own weight that build the whole implementation index. And then we come up with the result and analysis. The formulation of implementation index of zakat core principles is actually firstly by dividing the categories of zakat core principles. As mentioned earlier by Dr. Ahmad Juwaini, that there are 18 core principles in zakat core principles. And if we take a look all the core principles, we can divide the nature of each principles into two different categories. The first category is what we called as macro category. The principles are exogenous in nature, which means that the zakat institutions cannot directly take control whether or not to implement those principles. And then the first category consists of zakat core principle from number 1 to 7. And then the second one is what we called as micro category that are endogenous in nature, which means that the zakat institutions have their own control in order to implement these zakat core principles. And if we take a look, the characteristics of the core principles number 8 to 18 are we think that endogenous. So after we divide these two types of categories, we only focus on the micro category, which is endogenous variables. And these are the zakat core principles that we take for the building of the implementation index of zakat core principles from zakat core principles number 8 to 18. So there are 10 endogenous principles in zakat core principles. After that, the 10 endogenous principles are then classified into 6 dimensions, and also they are derived into 14 variables and also 35 indicators. And each indicator is assessed using Likert scale from 1 to 5, where 5 represent an ideal condition of zakat core principles implementation done by the zakat institutions. So after we take a look all the 10 endogenous zakat core principles, we divide into 6 dimensions. The first dimension is zakat governance, which give the weight of 20% of the total of the implementation index, and it consists of 2 variables, which are AMIL and also institutions. And AMIL consists of 4 indicators, and institution consists of 3 indicators. And then the second dimension is operational management, which give 15% to the total of the implementation index, which consists of 2 variables, which is risk mitigation that consists of 4 indicators, and also internal audit that consists of 3 indicators. And the third one is legal foundation and Sharia, which also consists of 2 variables. The first one is Sharia supervision, which consists of 3 indicators. And the second one is legal foundation, which consists of 2 indicators. And the fourth one is intermediate function in terms of collection, which consists of 3 different variables, which are zakatable assets that consists of 2 indicators. The second one is zakat socialization, which consists of 1 indicator. And the last one is collection risk mitigation, which consists of 1 indicator. And the fifth one is the intermediate function, which is distribution, which give the 20% of the total implementation index, which consists of 3 different variables. The first one is strategy of zakat distribution, which consists of 3 indicators. The second one is impact of zakat distribution, which consists of 2 indicators. And the last one is zakat distribution risk mitigation, which consists of 2 indicators. And the last one is financial report, which contributes 10% of the total of implementation index, which consists of 2 different variables. The first one is report management that have 3 indicators, and the last one is reporting risk mitigation, which consists of 2 indicators. I will not explain one by one, but I will give you a sample of the dimension, variables, and also indicators. For instance, the first dimension that I mentioned earlier consists of 2 variables. AMIL variables consist of 4 indicators, and the indicators that can be seen in the screen, the first one is whether zakat institution implement the right of AMIL of 12.5% at most. And this indicator will be assessed further using the Likert scale from 1 to 5 that I will further show to you the assessment. The second indicator is the Human Research Development Program. whether zakat institution have their human research development program or no, and until what extent they conduct this program. And then the third indicator is the standard of fit and proper of AMIL recruitment, and the last one is the official AMIL certification. If we take a look this Likert scale assessment, we see that from each indicator will be assessed using this Likert scale. As I mentioned earlier, that 5 represents the best and also ideal condition of implementation of zakat core principles in zakat institution, and 1 represents the least ideal condition of implementation zakat core principles. If we take a look this one, the first indicator of variable of AMIL, zakat institutions will get scale 1 if they have or if they using the AMIL rights more than 12.5% of the total zakat fund collected by zakat institutions. Okay, and if they only use less than 12.5% of the total zakat collections, and also it is written in the validated regulation of zakat institution, it will get a 5. So you can also see from other Likert scale of other indicators that after that we can know to what extent that the zakat core principles has been implemented in each zakat institution. And the final score of this zakat core principle implementation index can be divided into 5 categories. The first category, it is not good if the final score will be between 0 to 0.2. And then the second category is less than enough if the final score is between 0.21 until 0.4, and then enough if the final score will be between 0.41 to 0.6, and then it will have a good category if zakat institutions have the final score of this implementation index between 0.61 to 0.8. And then the last one is excellence if they have the score of between 0.81 to 1.0. And then the second one and the last part of my presentation is the pilot project of survey of this implementation index in 10 zakat institutions in Indonesia in 4 different islands, in Sumatra, in Java, in Kalimantan, and also in Maluku. If we have the results of the 10 zakat institutions, we see that there are 3 zakat institutions that have already excellent score in their implementation index of zakat core principles. And then there are 4 of the zakat institution that being surveyed that get a good category for their implementation index of zakat core principles. And unfortunately, there are still 3 zakat institutions which get the category of less than enough, which means that their score is between 0.21 until 0.4. But in average, the total score of the 10 zakat institutions is categorized as good. And then if we take a look into a detailed dimension, we see here from the 6 dimensions that I mentioned earlier, that the highest average per dimension is in collection dimension, which has the total score of 0.7, which is followed by the legal foundation and Sharia by 0.68, and also by the distribution dimension by 0.68. And the last one is about conclusion and also recommendations, that as I already explained earlier, that zakat core principles implementation index is a pilot project in order to measure the extent to which the principles outlined in the zakat core principles have been implemented in in various zakat institutions. And it consists of 6 dimensions, 14 variables, and also 35 indicators in order to evaluate the implementation of zakat core principles in zakat institutions. And after we assess 10 zakat institutions located in Sumatra, Java, Kalimantan, and also Maluku Islands, there are 30% of the respondents are already excellent, 40% is good, while there are still 30% of the respondents are still less than enough. Therefore, our recommendations are: the first one, there needs to be better coordination, especially in terms of disseminating information of zakat management standard between zakat institutions at the province level and also zakat institutions at the city and district levels. And with the spirit of ta'awun, a mentoring project is needed. For example, the zakat institution with a better grade in implementation index of zakat core principles to guide or to help other zakat institution with the lower score of zakat core principles implementation index. And the last one, because this is still at the early stage of having this implementation index, so it is also necessary for us to check or monitor or to revisit the implementation index of these zakat core principles in order to improve of the results of this implementation index. So hopefully the effective management can be achieved in a bigger scale for many zakat institutions, not only in Indonesia, but also hopefully in other countries as well. I think that's all for me. Thank you very much. Hopefully my presentation gives you some insightful points, and I will end my presentation by saying Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Qurayudia, for a very interesting presentation about the measurement of zakat core principle index in several zakat institutions in Indonesia, and the result quite very interesting result. Hopefully the other zakat institution also could enhance, could make this as reference to improve the zakat governance of zakat administration in every institution. Thank you so much, Dr. Qurayudia. So if you have any questions for Dr. Qurayudia, dear brother and sister, you may send to us and we'll deliver to the panelists, particularly to Dr. Qurayudia. Thank you so much for the presentation. And we finally reached to the final session, but to the Q&A session, I mean, we have several questions here from different participants. We have the first question to Dr. Enol Sarafik. Hopefully, Dr. Sarafik still joining with us in this webinar. So the first question comes from Abu Bakar Yao from Sosekom, Nigeria. And she asks about how World Zakat and Wakaf Forum comes up with concept of professionality that accommodate a range of zakat system and a broad spectrum of zakat across the globe. Because I think, yes, the zakat system across the globe has different system. So is there any statement or any recommendation from the perspective of the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum about the issue? Please, Dr. Eno.
Okay, thank you for the question. Yeah, it's not easy to give a clear answer on that, because we are aware of various models of organization of zakat agencies and zakat organizations worldwide. it is I in my presentation, in my speech, I recommended that WZWF and WAC Forum and I believe we will discuss this idea further in our meetings, maybe during this annual meeting in Leeds or WZWF and WAC leadership meetings that we have regularly almost every month. And the idea is that we can establish some kind of the certification and licensing body for the ZAKAT organizations globally. And as I said, this would especially be of high importance for the organizations in minority Muslim populated countries. We know that as we already saw today during presentations of distinguished speakers about the systems in Indonesia and Malaysia. We have also some countries such as Saudi Arabia and other Muslim majority Muslim populated countries with very good system of zakat management and system of organizations of zakat collecting and distribution agencies. And but in other parts of the world, still I believe there are many Muslim countries. I work on I think last year I work on one study that was in collaboration with the UNDP and the government of the Mauritania. I work on the study of the establishment of the zakat system in Mauritania. And what is surprising that in one country that is 99% populated by Muslims, still there is no any zakat, institutional zakat system. And there are also many other Muslim countries, majority Muslim populated countries, that have no proper system of zakat management and organization. And this is something where World Zakat and WAC Forum can contribute more to help these countries and the countries and the not only countries, also the Muslim communities in minority Muslim populated countries to establish proper systems of zakat management, of collection and distribution of zakat. And of course, this is the it is not easy. There are various ideas how to work on that, but in the implementation, I believe it will be some long process, but we should to start on that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Eno, for your answering the questions from Ms. Abu Bakariau from Soseka. Hopefully the answer from Dr. Eno could fulfill your what the curious about the answer, the questions that you have delivered to us. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Eno. So let's move to the other questions. We have a question from Miss Yuni from Jakarta, Indonesia, to Dr. Ahmad Joini. We hope Dr. Ahmad Joini is still joining us in this webinar. And the question is, There are a lot of zakat regulation in Indonesia. And what the role of the National Committee of Islamic Economics Finance to harmonize the regulation, the zakat regulation in Indonesia. So and further improve the zakat development in Indonesia. Please, Dr. Ahmad Juwaini, may answer the question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, in Indonesia, we have many organizations, many stakeholders, and many body have regulation to regulate the zakat institution in Indonesia. For the KNIKS, yeah, the first is we make some meeting, we make some dialogue, and then we make some discussion with stakeholder of zakat in Indonesia to know what's the concern, what's the what they want, yeah, about the zakat in the future, and then after that maybe yeah, KNIKS make like workshop, yeah, workshop, and then we try to make the yes, yeah, we make the decided, yeah, about the work, the together program, yeah, together program. We can collaborate and synergize between some organization, yeah, between some government body, okay, also, and then we arrange to choose the priority regulation and the most important for the all of the zakat institution in Indonesia. This process is not easy also, but by the time, yeah, we can eradicate or minimize the some of the problem of regulation in Indonesia, especially regulation for zakat institution in Indonesia. Maybe yeah, like that's the role of KNIKS to help or to make role to improve or to make zakat regulation better in Indonesia. Maybe like that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ahmad Juwaini, and thank you for the lot of text. And Dr. Ahmad Juwaini explained about the pivotal role of the KNIKS, yeah, to harmonizing the policy regulation in zakat administrations. Hopefully, the statement from Dr. Ahmad Juwaini could answer the question that Ms. Yuni has asked about this. Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmad Juwaini. And we move to the other questions. The questions for Dr. Kura Ayunia from Noor, from Malaysia, Selangor. She asked about the how far the method that you explained before could implement in other zakat institution outside Indonesia. As we know that Indonesia and in Malaysia, for example, has a different system, and also with the other countries. How you could explain and elaborate about this? Thank you so much, Dr. Kurahayun. Yeah, you may answer the question.
Okay, the implementation index of these zakat core principles is actually based on zakat core principles that are endogenous in nature, which means that zakat institutions have the full control or power in order to implement those principles. And honestly, the indicators and also dimensions and variables in this index, because it is firstly launched and also initiated by Indonesia, many of indicators of this index actually is really based on the situation in Indonesia. So what we can recommend for the other countries, you can also translate the implementation of these zakat core principles, especially those are indigenous in nature, by also assessing the actual conditions of zakat management in each country. So I think because we cannot say whether this indicator is or can apply in all countries, because if we know that there are so many countries with different systems of zakat management. Therefore, I think for the case of implementation index, it also should be in line and also should be checked with the current and also existing zakat management system in each country. So I think each country should have their own justification and also their own research on this implementation index on zakat core principles. But you can also see the general principles that zakat core principles have, and also in each indicators that we also build in this index may also be able or suitable for Malaysia or other countries. So I think further research on this index should be done, especially in other country with different zakat management system. If I'm not mistaken, there are also countries who have the more comprehensive regulation of the zakat management system, like unlike Indonesia, whereby Indonesia we have Zakat Act, but in terms of zakat payment, we are in the nature still on the not required by the act, but it is still voluntary in the nature. So I think a different culture of each countries also should be considered in many aspects in terms of this implementation index. So I think for Malaysia, you can see the implementation index that we already built, but you can also see the existing nature of the zakat management in your country. I think that's all for my answer. Maybe Brother Aziz can add in order to make the good or also better comprehension. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kuro. I think your answer is quite comprehensive, and hopefully, Ms. Do from Sabah, Malaysia, could define how the IZCP or the implementation index of the principle also could be implemented in Malaysia or other countries without several adjustment. All right, thank you, Dr. Kuro Ayunia. And that's all the question that I delivered to the panelists in these sessions. And finally, we reach the first sessions of the webinar about the reemphasizing the concept of zakat core principles and its implementation. But before I end the session, we would like to invite all of the participants and also all panelists to join the photo session. So kindly turn on your camera and don't forget to smile. Yeah. Okay. Miss Hansa, could you guide the photo session? All right. Yeah. Yeah.
Abdul
Wait.
Aziz for moderating this session. We will now be entering the photo session. We will start. There are 6 pages here on screen. We will start from the first page for everyone to please smile on the count of 3. 1,
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sister Alwa and Sister Konsa, for having us in the photo session. So, on behalf of the for me, I apologize if there are any inconveniences that you experience in this first session. Thank you. By now, I end the first session of the webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you for the delightful insights from all speakers on the first session, and also for Brother Aziz for guiding the first session. Now we will have a break for 15 minutes, and we would like to ask all the participants to kindly join us again at 15:45 Jakarta time. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The global issue of poverty and social inequality demand a collaborative work to solve. Working together defines the true sense of humanity and is the starting point to make a powerful impact. The reinforcement of ZAKAT movement worldwide requires a solid commitment among the Muslim countries. The stronger the commitment, the faster towards the Islamic civilization will be. Established in 2010, the World ZAKAT Forum has been accommodating the global stakeholder of ZAKAT. World ZAKAT Forum has pioneered the global discussion of ZAKAT, which is relevant to both practitioners and academics. With its existence for almost a decade, the World ZAKAT Forum has been connecting member countries to cooperate in solving the global issue of poverty and income disparity. The World ZAKAT Forum aims to advance the global practice of ZAKAT management system. It has been creating the space for the global ummah to actualize the maslahah. The World ZAKAT Forum has allowed Muslim countries to play a significant role addressing the global issue and be a part of universal solidarity. the global issue of poverty and social inequality demand a collaborative work to solve. Working together defines the true sense of humanity and is the starting point to make a powerful impact. The reinforcement of ZAKAT movement worldwide requires a solid commitment among the Muslim countries. The stronger the commitment, the faster towards the Islamic civilization will be. Established in 2010, the World ZAKAT Forum has been accommodating the global stakeholder of ZAKAT. World ZAKAT Forum has pioneered the global discussion of ZAKAT, which is relevant to both practitioners and academics. With its existence for almost a decade, the World ZAKAT Forum has been connecting member countries to cooperate in solving the global issue of poverty and income disparity. The World ZAKAT Forum aims to advance the global practice of ZAKAT management system. It has been creating the space for the global ummah to actualize the maslahah. The World ZAKAT Forum has allowed Muslim countries to play a significant role addressing the global issue and be a part of universal solidarity.
Through providing various benefit by being a zakat management institution in Indonesia, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional Basnas is here to invigorate the Love Zakat movement. Formed by the government based on the decree of the President of the Republic of Indonesia number 8 of 2001, which has the task and function of collecting and distributing zakat, infak, and sodako at the national level, Basnas is spread throughout Indonesia and coordinates 34 provincial Basnas, 465 Regency and city-level Basnas, 91 Amil Zakat institution, and 140 zakat collecting units in various institutions, as well as 39 international zakat institutions. By bringing the spirit to become the leading institutions to enhance the welfare of the Ummah, Basnas has received various awards as a form of public trust as an accountable institution, including ISO 9001-2015 certified, audited with unqualified audit opinion since 2002, the award of intensity, consistency, and innovation in the response of COVID-19 from BNPB, the Championship Award in Capacity Building and Leadership Award in Community Development and Philanthropy from Global Good Governance Award in 2022, Best Business Transformation and Best Indonesia Customer Quality from SWA. By maintaining the spirit of zakat management based on Islamic law, trustworthiness, expediency, justice, legal certainty, integration, and accountability, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional distributes and utilizes according to the Sharia to 8 asnaf, and it's summarized into 5 main sectors. Humanity, education, health, dakwah, and economy. By continuing to facilitate sharing access for all people, Basnas provides various payment channels through the counters, mini markets, transfer services, up to dozens of channels and digital wallets, as well as PayPal. Basnas continues to expand the benefit of various productive and effective programs that are based on the principles of safe Sharia, safe regulation, and safe for the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Together with Basnas, create a just and a prosperous society all around Indonesia. Basnas, the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah.
Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The global issue of poverty and social inequality demand a collaborative work to solve. Working together defines the true sense of humanity and is the starting point to make a powerful impact. The reinforcement of ZAKAT movement worldwide requires a solid commitment among the Muslim countries. The stronger the commitment, the faster towards the Islamic civilization will be. Established in 2010, the World ZAKAT Forum has been accommodating the global stakeholder of ZAKAT. World ZAKAT Forum has pioneered the global discussion of ZAKAT, which is relevant to both practitioners and academics. With its existence for almost a decade, the World ZAKAT Forum has been connecting member countries to cooperate in solving the global issue of poverty and income disparity. The World ZAKAT Forum aims to advance the global practice of ZAKAT management system. It has been creating the space for the global Ummah to actualize the maslahah. The World ZAKAT Forum has allowed Muslim countries to play a significant role addressing the global issue and be a part of universal solidarity.
Through providing various benefit by being a zakat management institution in Indonesia, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional Basnas is here to invigorate the Love Zakat movement. Formed by the government based on the decree of the President of the Republic of Indonesia number 8 of 2001, which has the task and function of collecting and distributing zakat, infak, and sodako at the national level, Basnas is spread throughout Indonesia and coordinates 34 provincial Basnas, 465 Regency and city-level Basnas, 91 Amil Zakat institution, and 140 zakat collecting units in various institutions, as well as 39 international zakat institutions. By bringing the spirit to become the leading institutions to enhance the welfare of the Ummah, Basnas has received various awards as a form of public trust as an accountable institution, including ISO 9001-2015 certified, audited with unqualified audit opinion since 2002, the award of intensity, consistency, and innovation in the response of COVID-19 from BNPB, the Championship Award in Capacity Building and Leadership Award in Community Development and Philanthropy from Global Good Governance Award in 2022, Best Business Transformation and Best Indonesia Customer Quality from SWA. by maintaining the spirit of zakat management based on Islamic law, trustworthiness, expediency, justice, legal certainty, integration, and accountability. Badan Amil Zakat Nasional distributes and utilizes according to the Sharia to aid Asnaf, and it's summarized into 5 main sectors. Humanity, education, health, dakwah, and economy. By continuing to facilitate sharing access for all people, Basnas provides various payment channels through the counters, mini markets, transfer services, up to dozens of channels and digital wallets, as well as PayPal. Basnas continues to expand the benefit of various productive and effective programs that are based on the principles of safe Sharia, safe regulation, and safe for the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Together with Basnas, create a just and a prosperous society all around Indonesia. Basnas, the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah.
The global issue of poverty and social inequality demand a collaborative work to solve. Working together defines the true sense of humanity and is the starting point to make a powerful impact. The reinforcement of Zakat movement worldwide requires a solid commitment among the Muslim countries. The stronger the commitment, the faster towards the Islamic civilization will be. Established in 2010, the World Zakat Forum has been accommodating the global stakeholder of Zakat. World Zakat Forum has pioneered the global discussion of Zakat, which is relevant to both practitioners and academics. With its existence for almost a decade, the World Zakat Forum has been connecting member countries to cooperate in solving the global issue of poverty and income disparity. The World Zakat Forum aims to advance the global practice of Zakat management system. It has been creating the space for the global Ummah to actualize the maslahah. The World Zakat Forum has allowed Muslim countries to play a significant role addressing the global issue and be a part of universal solidarity.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, dearest participants. Now we will continue the webinar. The next agenda is the special message which will be delivered through short video from Dr. Saleh Ali Alawaji, World Zakat and Wakaf Forum Deputy Secretary General, and Muhammad Lawal Maidoki, World Zakat and Wakaf Forum Deputy Secretary General.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, brothers and sisters. Today, this beautiful day, Saturday the 13th of August 2022, I am in this beautiful city of Jakarta visiting my brothers and sisters in Basnas. They have asked me to just deliver a short speech to the audience from the members of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum, preparing ourselves maybe for the first meeting, physical meeting, that's going to take place in Leeds from the 28th to the 30th of September this year, hoping that all of our brothers and sisters who are able to attend, to make it to Leeds, to see each other, to exchange ideas, to see the development that this forum is taking, and with the efforts of our brothers and sisters in Basnas here in Indonesia. The theme that I'd just be talking about, something that you all of you know better than me, but it is better to remind ourselves and our brothers and sisters that we have to observe the good governance, as the good governance is the rule that we need to follow, starting from the business processes and procedures in zakat and waqf. It has to be observed, it has to be clear, it has to be crystal clear for all the brothers and sisters who are in this noble cause of zakat, collecting zakat, distributing zakat, and for waqf and managing waqf, receiving revenues from waqf and taking these revenues of waqf to the recipients as per the waqf shart or the conditions of waqifin. These are some of the unique tools of Muslim looking after his brothers and sisters. So in zakat, those who pay zakat are the wealthy Muslims. They don't have to be very wealthy, but those who meet the requirements of nisab, which is the threshold of zakat, and have the hawalan al-hawl, which is the complete lunar year of having such asset, and that they are reaching to the limit or the threshold to pay zakat to the needy recipients, whether they are individuals or families. Back to the good governance. The good governance starts, as I said, from the business processes and procedures, where all the rules and regulations of the core principles of zakat and core principles of waqf are maintained and observed. And then we have to have the best collectors of zakat and distributors of zakat. They have to be well educated. They have before that to be believers and dedicated to such service. They believe in zakat and its importance for the needy brothers and sisters and families. They have also to survey all the needy families and needy individuals in order to take zakat to the most needy ones. As we know, zakat today may be received by a group of people, but yesterday these people may become zakat payers once they grow up and their wealth grows, and when they have their jobs. Today they may be belonging to poor families, or they may be orphans, but with God willing, with Allah willing, inshallah, they will be wealthy people, they will be capable people, able to contribute with their brothers and sisters. The second thing, after being competent, they have to be confident. They need also to be as I said, believers in zakat and its noble purpose. They also have to be quite good in making the calculations, in reaching out for the poor people to take the zakat to them. And I, by this, would like to urge all my brothers and sisters in the forum, the members of forums, to make it to Leeds in order to have a wider session of views exchange and help each other, learn from each other. And I wish you all the best of time and health between now and then. And assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Pleasure this particular time to share my views with regards to the upcoming activity of the World ZAKAT Forum in Leeds. Alhamdulillah, today all over the world, every nation is battling with one issue or the other in terms of insecurity, dwindling economy, as well as higher cost of living, natural and human-made environmental disasters or challenges, such as social and other multifaceted challenges in our society with great uncertainties. However, while our conference draws near, in Leeds, and its main objective, which is set out to achieve, and our population continue to increase, the conference is apt, and I would like to pray for our leaders in World ZAKAT Forum, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to reward you for steering the World ZAKAT Forum to this level. Good governance is one of the key issues we require in terms of the management and the administration of zakat and waqf to provide the needed guidance and the leadership in the sector. This good governance term denotes the ability to lead through consensus-based decisions, which also consider rule of law and justice, as well as transparency in policies and procedures with surety of equity, responsiveness, and problems, as well as overall work of effectiveness and efficiency with unbiased accountability and a stable economy. Now, in context of zakat and World Zakat and Waqf Forum, or in context of zakat and Waqf institution, good governance refers to organizational structures and the mechanism that leads in careful consideration of excellent core values that are intended to maintain proper and accountable management of zakat collection and the distribution. The importance of good governance can be notified in every facet of human endeavors, both in the context of zakat and waqf management and administration. It becomes imperative, considering that the core values of good governance, which include transparency, accountability, honesty, integrity, and social justice, are the key elements that can bring about the trust of the Muzakki to the Amir and subsequently give out their zakat and waqf regularly and without hesitations. These core values serve as trust, judgmental yardstick used by the Muzakki to encourage their payment compliance. Distinguished brothers and sisters, Your Excellency, as now the world is moving with a paradigm shift to technological advancement, Zakat and Waqf should embrace, or amils of Zakat and Waqf should embrace the use of technology all over the world to improve the access to both collection and the distribution with a simple system. I've just back from Malaysia, where I visited Lembaga Zakat Negara Kedah to learn from their Zakat on touch system. Therefore, it eliminates all doubt and it brings about effectivity and efficiency in improving strategies and practice of good Zakat and Waqf administration. We have a great optimism that through the practical application of core values of good governance, the institutions of Zakat all over the world could reach to a greater position and enhance the avenue of achieving the desired goals of Zakat and Waqf institution to take its rightful position in the affairs of the world governance today and in bringing about scope and bringing about peace, unity, and tranquility among people in the world and in different countries. With this, I say thank you very much. I wish you the best of luck, and until we meet in Leeds, inshallah, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless all of us, guide us to the straight path and crown us with Al-Jannah Firdaus. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Forum. Now we will move on to the next agenda. The next agenda is the second session titled Revisiting the Concept of Waqf Core Principles and its Implementation, which
Thank you so much, Sister Hansa. You can clearly hear my voice, right? Okay, Alhamdulillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rabbi sahri sadri wa yassir li amri wa hudata min lisani yafqahu qawli. Alhamdulillah. First of all, let praise to Allah and also send our salawat to Rasulullah so that we can attend in this second session. I would like to welcoming the distinguished panelists to this second session, and also all the ladies and gentlemen, brother and sister, to the second session in the first World Zakat and Forum webinar series. So this session, we would like to have, as mentioned by the MC, we would like to have a discussion about the Waqf, especially about the Waqf core principles. So Alhamdulillah, together with us, three distinguished panelists, Dr. Zainul Abidin Jaji, Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono, and also Dr. Irfan Shawkipek. Inshallah, will deliver the topic. Before I hand over the platform, as an introduction, Waqf Core Principle, the document that was officially launched jointly by Bank Indonesia, Badan Wakaf Indonesia, and also ITI, Islamic Development Bank, in 4 years ago, in 2018, was expected to be the reference for the good governance, as previously mentioned by the welcoming speech of Dr. Saleh and also Mr. Lawal, about the importance of the good governance for the Waqf sector. So in this session, we would like to have a discussion whether this Waqf core principles have contributed to the development of the Waqf in the global context, and how we can promote the implementation. And later on, Dr. Irfan will share about the case in Indonesia, how to implement the index to use this document in the. Okay, in the first session, I would give the opportunity to Dr. Zainul Abidin Jaji. Is Dr. Zainul joining us?
Yes, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. How are you, Dr. Zainul?
Alhamdulillah, and Pleased to be with all of you today.
Alhamdulillah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Yes.
Alhamdulillah alladhi hadana li hadha wa ma kunna linahtadiya lawla an hadana Allah. All praise is due to Allah who has guided us to this. Never would we have found guidance had it not been for the guidance of Allah. And peace and blessings to our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and to all his followers and pious descendants. I'd like to first of all thank the World ZAKAT and Waqf Forum for organizing this webinar. And I'd like to also thank the sponsors who were responsible for the Waqf core principles, the Bank Indonesia, IDB, and Badan Waqf Indonesia. And of course, the team that put the whole Waqf core principles together. I think it was quite a long, tedious task over a few years. And like you said, Sister Lisa, that the Waqf core principles were launched in 2018. My topic, really speaking, is about how the Waqf core principles contributed towards global Waqf developments. And the topic that has been given to me by Brother Dr. Irfan, I think this is really, I think, a very, very tall order, because I think, and as I had mentioned, that this really requires a lot of research work to see how different countries have perhaps adopted the global Waqf core principles. What I would like to perhaps also by way of introduction say that since the early 2000s, I think that this is where the real Waqf movements have been kind of accelerating the knowledge and the base of the conferences that have been taking place, you know, from Dubai, from Kuwait, from well, even Indonesia, the World Islamic Economic Forum, various Islamic finance conferences have started slowly introducing Waqf also into its agendas. Remember in 2007, 2008, the Waqf conference in Singapore, the theme was also about synergizing between the Islamic finance sector and Waqf. So there has been quite a lot of movement in this. At one stage, Dubai started the Awqaf International Organization, and this was kind of in line with the Emirates' sort of vision of creating a global kind of center for Islamic economics and making Dubai that global center. And everybody seems to be competing to make their own countries global centers for Islamic finance. So I would say that overall the awareness is growing. There's been also the global Waqf conferences that have been organized in Malaysia. There's the International Islamic Institute for Waqf that is run by Professor Dr. Sami Salahat. And we've been seeing so many webinars and conferences about Waqf. Now, when we talk about the Waqf core principles, I think that is an area that we need to really see whether these have been implemented or not. And I don't know whether we should actually, just recap what those Waqf core principles are, and perhaps I could share my screen and just go through some of those so we understand what the Waqf core principles are all about and where it's actually going to from here. So if you allow me, I will share my screen and talk about the Waqf core principles. Okay, I think you can see my screen. So I'm just going to go from the beginning.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. So we know that the whole issue about the Waqf internationally hasn't really had a kind of a document that would actually pronounce and give certain guidelines on the Waqf roles and responsibilities and rules and regulations. And Bank Indonesia took this initiative to look at various regulatory issues from banking, from insurance, from other financial sectors, and said, why don't we look at a set of principles that can align with and be integrated with the broader financial sector in the economy, so we can see the similarities, differences, and try to improve the whole issue of Waqf management, Waqf governance, Waqf donors and distributions, and all the relevant stakeholders that are involved in the whole Waqf sector, that they all have a role to play, and as well that things are managed efficiently and so forth. So it was really with those thoughts in mind that this Waqf core principles were actually developed, and thankfully to the team and to all the sponsors that it was finally launched in 2018. So I think the positioning was that we look at the Waqf core principles within an economic structure, within financial services structure, that it also provides direct socio-economic benefits, not only to the individuals and beneficiaries, but also to the economy, to kind of effectively and efficiently utilize the corpus of Waqf assets, and then looking at how the returns on the investments that are made out of the Waqf assets, how would those returns actually be used, and also to then as objectives to have some kind of clear and standardized system for the Waqf sector, that it also has compatibility and mutual recognition with all the different financial sectors, whether it's takaful or whether it's Islamic finance, and then of course to ensure that there's good regulatory standards that promote governance aspects. In terms of the operational standards and supervision, also seeks to develop operational standards and supervision of the Waqf sector to kind of elevate the Waqf sector to some level of other financial sectors as well, and to look at the whole issue of risk management to ensure the optimization of benefits to the community. In terms of the methodology, it looked at banking regulations, insurance regulations, and the basic properties of Waqf management. The content of the Waqf core principles, in fact, there are about 29 or so principles that cover these 5 sectors: the legal foundations, Waqf supervision, good Waqf governance, risk management, and Sharia governance. So in terms of some of these issues, and I'm not going to go through each one of them. There are quite a few of them. It will take me quite a long time. There's a whole document to go through. But some of the issues that have been looked at are the whole issue of the waqif, the donor. That's where it actually starts, how he goes about establishing the waqf, what objectives do they set in terms of how the waqf should be used, the rules and regulations regarding the waqf itself, what sort of remuneration should be paid, who are the mutawallis or nazirs, and the Waqf core principles actually Perhaps it was designed more for Muslim majority countries. So we talk about a Waqf supervisor and a Waqf Nazir or a Waqf Mutawalli. So somebody that's actually managing the Waqf itself and somebody that's giving an overall supervision of the Waqf itself, or the Waqf sector rather. So there's a Waqf sector supervision, and there's a at the micro level, there's the Waqf itself that needs to be properly managed. Then there's also issues about the duties of the Nazir or Mutawalli, how they manage the investments, the management and distribution of the income, issues of temporary and permanent Waqf, the integration and compliance with local laws and regulations, and then of course other kind of issues about innovation of Waqf assets, new types of Waqf assets and investments in Waqf assets, various types of asset classes that can be looked at, and mergers between different Waqfs as well. In terms of Sharia, the Sharia basis of Waqf, the system, the recognition of temporary Waqfs, the issue about cash Waqfs and money donations, and the duties actually that IOFI has actually listed about the Nazir as well, that are actually contained in this Waqf core principles. So in terms of the IOFI standards, which are incorporated in the Waqf core principles, the duties of the Mutawalli range from the management, maintenance and development of the Waqf, leasing of the assets, development of Waqf properties, increasing Waqf money by investing, or increasing Waqf revenue rather, of Waqf profits by investing it in various types of investments, defending the rights of the Waqf itself. If the Waqf has any debts, settle those debts. Whatever payments need to be made to beneficiaries, those need to be made. If the Waqf itself is becoming derelict, it needs to be replaced, and the principle of istibdal is invoked here, and maybe there's a replacement of the Waqf. So safeguarding of Waqf properties against occupation, seizure by others, against any form of corruption. So the Waqf Mutawalli or the Nazir has quite a lot of responsibilities, even in terms of preparation of Waqf accounts, submission of statements, financial statements and reports, etc., to the concerned authorities. So some of the core functions of the Waqf core principles that have been listed here are Sharia compliance, financial transparency, and economic efficiency. So, these are kind of fundamental rules in any organization that need to be complied with, and Waqf is no exception to it as well. Further, the Nazir, again, just focusing on this responsibility as well, that the Nazir has got the responsibility of maslahah, to achieve benefits and to avoid harm, to provide optimal benefits for the mawquf alayh, and that is the beneficiaries, to ensure there's transparency in the governance of the organization. So in terms of how money is received, how money is spent, how much is spent, where it is spent, how productively it is spent, whether you can trust this Nazir or Mutawalli, and the sustainability that goes with the Waqf itself. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but I'm listing basically the kind of Waqf core principles, so you can actually understand the vastness and the extent to which I think the team had gone into really covering almost every aspect of the Waqf system and its governance. So on legal foundations, there are quite a few Waqf core principles. Waqf core principle number 1, responsibilities, objectives, powers, independence, accountability, and collaboration. This is mainly of when the Waqf is actually found, the different Waqf asset classes, the permissible activities, if there are any licensing criteria that need to be complied with local government or government regulations and laws, if there is to be any transfer of Waqf management, how that should be happening, how does a takeover of Waqf institution or assets, how does that take place? In terms of Waqf supervision, what is the supervisory approach? Who supervises the Waqf itself? What are the techniques and tools of supervision? The supervisory reporting, if there are any errors and problems that have taken place, what are the corrective and sanctioning powers of the Waqf supervisor? And here again, I say that the supervisor could be the state supervisor, not necessarily the Waqf Nazir or Waqf Mutawalli, because that's the Waqf Nazir or Mutawalli needs to be supervised. And then they talk about a home-host relationships as well. The good Nazir governance that goes into the specific governance of a particular Waqf, a core principle there, and it goes into quite a bit of detail into transparency, into reporting, into how monies are being spent, how monies are being received, the accounting, the auditing, and the various aspects of ensuring that Waqf is managed effectively and very efficiently, and there's no wastage. There is good productivity. There's compliance with laws. There's compliance with the Waqfiyya of the Waqif. All the objectives of the relevant Waqf is actually undertaken and complied with and executed correctly as well. One major part of the Waqf core principles is the issue of risk management, and here we want to make sure that the Waqf is managed correctly. There's no loss of the Waqf capital. Monies are collected properly. There's risks involved with other parties, either beneficiaries or donors. There may be maybe there's issues of terrorism or any other issue that may arise that we need to be careful about. How funds are actually dispersed, to which beneficiaries. Are the beneficiaries still in existence? You may have what we call ghost beneficiaries, people that just are receiving, but they're not really beneficiaries. Then you may have issues about problem Waqf assets, what we may sometimes call as toxic assets. Sometimes people donate those assets to Waqf as well, and then you sit with problems managing those kind of assets as well. We've had cases where a Waqf is donated and there are illegal tenants that are occupying the place, and then you can't actually evict them due to certain rules and regulations of the country as well. Transactions with related parties and other beneficiaries, especially with if there are any other trustees, or if the Nazir himself or herself has transactions with the Waqf, then those are kind of related party transactions. They need to be declared. They need to be. Then we need to ensure that there's no risk to the Waqf itself. There are market risks, sometimes in terms of investment, in terms of currencies. A reputational risk is important because sometimes we may go into activities that may harm the Waqf institution and that may result in poor donor trust of the organization as well. Revenue, profit, loss, or profit and loss sharing risk in certain transactions that we may actually go into. So a Waqf core principle covers that as well. We spoke about the disbursement risk as well, how funds are actually disbursed, to who it is disbursed, how much it's disbursed, when it is disbursed, and to the correct people as well for the correct projects. In terms of Sharia governance, I think this is quite an important issue because of the Sharia basis of the Waqf, and now you're dealing with broadly the Muslim community who places its trust and confidence in the institution, and you want to ensure that the Waqf is actually conducted and governed in a Sharia compliant way. So, for example, investments are not done in illegal activities or illegal investments. There may be funding of projects that are not necessarily Sharia compliant, issues about financial reporting and external auditing, internal auditing, the disclosure and transparency. And we know that there's been a document also that OCAF South Africa, together with local organizations, produced on corporate governance for Islamic NGOs. And that's quite a comprehensive document as well that could complement the Waqf core principles as well. So issues of amana, that the Waqf and the Nazir plays the role of a trust and of amana, so that we must ensure that there is no malfeasance or corruption or mismanagement of assets. So this is quite an important issue, and that there's no abuse of any of the Waqf services. Those are the kind of, I think, Waqf core principles. And once again, in terms of global impact, I think to some extent, maybe Indonesia would be the first example of implementation. From OCAF South Africa's perspective, a number of these issues are actually considered. And I think also that we cannot look at this Waqf core principles as a one-size-fits-all institutions. Smaller institutions may find it more difficult to comply with everything. But I think overall, it's a good document to start with for even some of the major institutions. And we hope, inshallah, that further on, there could be some serious research being done on different organizations in different countries, and to see whether these core principles are being complied with or being implemented, so that the whole Waqf sector is now being seen as a well-regulated sector. There's more trust and confidence in the sector, and more people would be able to contribute and make their Waqfs and leave legacies behind. And I think with those few words, I would just conclude and say once again, thanks a lot. Jazakallah khairan. Terima kasih to all of you. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. If there are any, yeah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. MashaAllah, thank you so much, Dr. Zainul, for sharing with us the important key points about the Waqf core principle. Dr. Zainul Jaji as the Waqf World ZAKAT and Waqf Deputy Secretary General and also CEO of the OCAF South Africa. So we We are moving to the second speaker, Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono, the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum Deputy Secretary and General, and also the Vice President of the Badan Wakaf Indonesia. He will deliver about how is the policy approach to implement the Wakaf core principle. As previously mentioned, Dr. Zainul, that Indonesia may be the first to implement the Wakaf core principle. So Dr. Imam will share to us how to promote the implementation of this document in the Wakaf sector. Please, I will hand over the platform to Dr. Imam.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu ma ba'du. If I may, I share my presentation from here because I will skip some of the presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be able to share our experience in developing Wakaf in Indonesia. The application of Wakaf core principle, both in terms of content and context, is very relevant for Nazir in its capacity as Wakaf asset manager. However, in the implementation process, the role of government and society is very dominant. Next, please. Okay, this is my agenda. There is 4 topics to be presented. Next. Okay, we enter the first topic is about the situation and the framework. We use a fairly popular and simple but effective approach, namely the triangle analysis framework, which divides policy elements into 4 components, namely actor, content, context, and process. But before that, we will start with the situation analysis of Indonesia. Next, please. Okay, in Indonesia, although it has been known for a long time, even since the Dutch colonial period, Wakaf has not yet become the mainstream of the national economy. Its nature is only complementary and informal, just like other social philanthropy instruments such as zakat, infak, and sadaqah. Zakat even is relatively more advanced and dominant in comparison to Wakaf. Until 2004, the regulatory or policy framework was relatively minimal and soft because the sector was not considered important by the government. Likewise, the use of Wakaf asset is also still limited. The orientation of its development is dominated by social assets such as madrasah, graveyard, and mosque or musola, and has not touched commercial assets. Therefore, Nazir competencies are limited. The majority of Nazir are individuals. Less than 20% of Nazir are in the form of association or in the legal entities. Next, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as is known, globally there are several different Wakaf regulatory regimes. For example, in Algeria, Iraq, Morocco, there is only one Nazir institution at the national level. But in Indonesia, there is a huge amount of Nazir. And it is quite similar in South Africa, where Nazir is bottom-up driven and based on individual Nazir. The number of Nazir in Indonesia is very large and most of them are traditional. No less than 400,000 Nazir and only 300 are registered with Badan Wakaf Indonesia. While Badan Wakaf Indonesia itself play more a role as a coach for the Nazir. BWI missions include ensuring the Wakaf assets are managed properly by the Nazir and ensuring the Nazir have adequate competency standard and the establishment of synergy between Nazir. We carry out the above objective through a series of activities such as mentoring, supervision, implementation of reporting, replacement of Nazir, and etc. Next, please. Okay. Although the potential is so great, as a country with the largest Muslim population in the world, the performance of Wakaf Indonesia cannot be said to be successful. The orientation of the use of wakaf land is still mostly used for social assets. On the other hand, the amount of cash wakaf is still far below the target. The potential reaches 180 trillion rupiah, but the achievement is below 1%. The above conditions are influenced by the level of public literacy about wakaf, which is classified as low, in addition to other reasons such as the limited capacity of Nazir. Next, please. Now we are entering the second topic, the actor, content, context, and process. Ladies and gentlemen, actors in the national wakaf sector can be divided into four main groups, namely the financial institution group, consisting of Islamic bank and non-bank financial institution, then social institution, regulatory and government institutions, and finally the community itself. In the stakeholder group of wakaf, we also include zakat institution. This is important considering that in the future, zakat and wakaf must be collaborate with each other. This is in line with the analogy of operating and capital expenditures, like in a one business unit. Next, please. The biggest homework of the actor side is the phenomenon of the occurrence of silo trap, which is caused by differences in orientation, differences in role, capacity, and competencies among the stakeholders. Not infrequently, even these interests seem to be a trade-off. An example is when a bank always sees activity from its commercial purpose or profit-oriented and vice versa. This silo trap also causes disharmony in setting and implementing policies, inter-institution relations, and other things. Next, please. While on the other side, one of the main components of the content is the vision and mission of development of national wakaf. The vision of wakaf development is to restore wakaf as a pillar of the people's economy, where its realization is measured in the key performance indicator contained in Maqasidul Syariah, which is certainly in line with the SDGs agenda. In addition, wakaf is also intended to synergize between Islamic commercial and Islamic social funds, because Islam doesn't separate the objective between social and commercial transaction. In line with above, in 2021, the President launched the National Cash Wakaf Movement as part of efforts to strengthen a sense of caring and social solidarity to overcome poverty and social inequality in Indonesia. In line with this movement, government introduced one instrument called Cash Wakaf Link Sukuk. Next, please. Remain in the discussion about content, wakaf asset naturally have a number of advantages, both in terms of micro and micro. The following is a hypothesis on the role of wakaf and zakat on a macro basis, where in fact, zakat infak sedekah wakaf will directly assist the government in terms of reducing poverty, accelerating economic growth, improving income distribution, preventing budget deficits, and reducing government spending. Thus, it is necessary to reconsider providing tax incentive for the zakat infak sedekah wakaf instrument to obtain an optimal multiplier effect. Next, please. Now we are talking about on the microeconomic. In the micro approach, wakaf asset normatively have a number of advantages that must be considered by business people, including legal certainty, certainty of future asset utilization plan, and low total investment. With this characteristic, commercial assets that build on wakaf land have the advantage of higher IRR, shorter break-even point, and stronger resilience in the event of an economic shock. But in reality, the fact is actually happen the opposite, where business people actually avoid investing in wakaf asset. Wakaf assets are considered inferior because they do not have access to formal financing sources. Next. Although hypothetically, the development of commercial asset on wakaf land is more competitive and profitable than regular land, in practice, wakaf land is avoided by business people. A number of stigmas, such as its use, which can only be used for religious and social purposes, managed by traditional Nazir who are not business-oriented, cannot be used as collateral, are prone to demands from Waqif heirs. The point is that the financing of commercial assets on Waqaf land is an area that is included in the blacklist of banking institutions. Therefore, it is necessary to make a breakthrough both in terms of products and the role of institution in order to be compatible, even though this issue should not have happened for Islamic banks. Next. If the conditions are like this, then why are Islamic social instruments have not been able to play much in the welfare of the people yet? The impact of this incompatibility has caused the roles and concept of Waqaf to be dwarfed. This condition has occurred for centuries and is very dependent on the history of its country. The Waqaf curriculum has become incomplete and different in each country. Therefore, the impact is not optimal and even tends to be stunted. Even after such a long time, the competencies and professionalism of Waqaf asset management in Waqaf institution is not yet built. Until now, a lot of Nazir of Waqaf asset is only socially oriented. Next. That's why we view the implementation of Waqaf core principle is very strategic. It has been mentioned earlier that the potential for Waqaf in Indonesia is very large. The momentum for religious awareness and social care after COVID is also high. On the other hand, the room for improvement is still very wide, starting from the literacy aspect and increasing institutional capacity. However, the above condition can only be realized by building a robust and credible Waqaf ecosystem. Therefore, it is necessary to build a standard guideline to contain the principles of Waqaf management that are adhered to by all stakeholders. This is where the implementation of Waqaf core principle takes a big role. Now we are entering the final chapter. Next, please. Policy design and strategy. Next. In order to reduce the gap between Islamic social and commercial finance, there are two main approaches, namely the push and pull strategy. Push strategy aims to encourage the presence of Waqaf instrument so that they can be immediately implemented effectively to answer the challenges and needs of the community. While pulling strategies aim to attract Sharia institutions to reuse the Maqasid Sharia parameters as their KPI. More specifically, the step referred to include increased literacy of all stakeholders, innovation and harmonization of regulation that can accommodate Waqaf transaction, encouraging the birth of contemporary fatwa, product innovation and Waqaf instrument, increasing capacity and professionalism of Nazir, and forming ecosystem Waqaf that involve the role of technology and institutional engineering. Next, please. The implementation of Waqaf core principle is carried out in stages along with the development of Nazir competencies, which is accelerated through a certification program. Along with that, effort to increase competence are also carried out through training and mentoring, as well as regulations that are more reflectively of equality with formal financial institutions. The purpose of this Waqaf core principle is so that Waqaf practices can also meet the rules of commercial best practices. So it is hoped that there will be a link and match in the development of Waqaf asset. Okay, next please. Finally, what we did earlier was an effort to build an ecosystem. The design of ecosystem strategy that we will build is to connect the key stakeholders, which is government, Islamic financial institution, Zakat, Infak, Sedekah, Waqaf institution, and the community. We must encourage financial institution to function as locomotive in terms of collecting Zakat, Infak, Sedekah, Waqaf, and providing financing for the development of Waqaf asset. Therefore, in the future, Islamic bank must be encouraged as a Nazir of cash Waqaf. For Amil or Nazir institution, they must be encouraged to start synergizing superior projects on larger scale, so that they are able to produce a wow effect for the community. The patterns of competition or musabaqah must be transformed into synergy or muawana. Besides that, certification program, training, and upgrading also need to be accelerated, including governance aspects such as transparency and reporting. The role of the community is directed and effort to socialize and increase literacy, both through formal educational institutions as well as informal education such as scholars, parents, and etc. to foster philanthropic values to become a family lifestyle. Next, please. Last but not least, we finally set out the policies that will be taken to accommodate the following strategic steps, including building public trust through the implementation of more effective public reporting and transparency and supervision of Nazir, increase the capacity and professionalism of Nazir through certification program, and invite banking institution and other formal financing institution to be involved, both as cash wakaf Nazir and as supporter improving literacy and wakaf education involving formal education institution. Harmonization of institution and legal aspect, including synergy between government institutions such as Bank Indonesia, Badan Wakaf Indonesia, Ministry of Religion, Monetary Authority, and Badan Amil Zakat Nasional, as well as effort to introduce wakaf asset financing guarantee institution, increasing the ease and practically in mobilizing wakaf asset by utilizing advance in the field of digital technology. Now, closing. Next, please. Okay, next. In closing, we have confidence that the explosion of Islamic philanthropy in Indonesia will occur in the next 1 decade. This is based on the first character of Indonesian nation, which is the most generous in the world. Secondly, the demographic advantage that places Indonesia as a country with the second highest productive workforce population in the world, or in other words, Indonesia has adequate financial resources. The third is the increasing trend of social entrepreneur among millennials. The fourth is the development of digital technology that makes it easier to mobilize and transact wakaf funds. And finally, natural disaster and pandemics make people aware of each other and work together. Thank you. This is all of my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much, Dr. Imam, for sharing with us about very insightful presentation. So, Dr. Imam mentioned about the importance of the local core principle, and also it is seen as a strategic step to promote the governance of the local sector. So we are moving to the panelist, Dr. Irfan Salkipe, the Executive Secretary of the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum, and also Islamic Economics of IPB University. He will deliver a topic about the Wakaf Core Principle Implementation Index for the case of Indonesia. I hand over the platform to Dr. Irfan. Please, Dr. Irfan.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Lisa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon and good morning, good evening in various parts of the world. In this last presentation, I would like to share with you about the implementation of Wakaf core principles in the case of Indonesia. Yeah, because it's very important for us since we have the Wakaf core principles documents. Of course, the next stage, which is very important stage, is how to implement the Wakaf core principles. And in this regard, I would like to share with you about our humble experience, particularly for the past year, which was started in the year 2021 regarding this implementation. And as it is already highlighted by Dr. Zainul Abidin from Awqaf South Africa, who is also one of the members of the International Working Group on Wakaf Core Principles. This document has 5 dimensions and 29 core principles. And of course, what we need to do is we need to make ratification, ratification by all WZWF members are very important. Ratification is really needed in order to show our commitment to implement the core principles. And I believe that the implementation of WAKAF core principles will lead to a betterment of the WAKAF system in the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum member countries and member institutions. And of course, since the WCP is general document, of course, the presence of more technical document is really needed. And therefore, in this regard, we came up to an attempt to formulate what we call as the technical notes document, which tries to explain in detail, because sometimes the devil is lies in its details. So that's why the presence of this technical notes document is very, very important. And regarding these WAKAF core principles, we already have one technical notes which is related with the risk management, because risk management is one of the most important factors that needs to be considered when we talk about WAKAF project or WAKAF program. And in Indonesia, the implementation of WAKAF core principles has also been formulated in the form of index, which we call as WCP Implementation Index, or WCPII. So this is a measurement standard that we have in order to measure the implementation of WAKAF core principles, as well as the level of compliance with all the essential criteria, as well as additional criteria that have been laid down in these 29 core principles of WAKAF. So this is the book. We have already published the book of this WAKAF core principles implementation index. However, it is still in Indonesian language, and hopefully within very short time we'll be able to translate it into English, at least in the form of BWI working paper series, so that all of you, especially the non-Indonesian readers, may have the information, more detailed information on this WAKAF core principles implementation index. So what we do with this index, actually, we measure this index at Nazir institution level. So it is not at the entire national performance measurement, but it is only at Nazir institution level. We want to know whether Nazir institution has implemented the WAKAF core principles in their operation or not. So that's why we use this measurement standard to ensure that the level of implementation at Nazir institution level. And for your information, prior to this WCPII, we already launched our national WAKAF index. So last year, in the early 2021, I think on March 2021, we already launched what we call as the national WAKAF index. This has become the measurement standard for WAKAF system in the country, so that now we have our own standard to evaluate the performance of the entire national WAKAF system. And for your information too, that this WCP implementation index was formulated jointly by the Indonesia WAKAF Board or Badan WAKAF Indonesia and the Bank Indonesia, which is our central bank. So I have to acknowledge, because the role of central bank, especially the Bank Indonesia, is very, very important, and we really grateful for their effort to support WAKAF development in the country. Okay, now what is the difference between the National WAKAF Index and WCP Implementation Index? Yeah, so as I said earlier, that the National Wakaf Index has been designed to measure the entire national performance of Wakaf system, started from regulatory factor, followed by institution aspect, and then process, system, outcome, and impact. Yeah, impact, for example, from the distribution of Wakaf, yeah, we want to know the impact on the welfare level of the Mawquf Alay, or the recipients of Wakaf, or the beneficiaries of Wakaf. Yeah, because when we were asked about the impact, yeah, for example, what is the impact of Wakaf towards the poverty reduction? We don't have the answer. We don't have the answer. But through this National Wakaf Index, Alhamdulillah, we have the answer for that question. Yeah. And the implementation of this National Wakaf Index was done at provincial level by our representative. Yeah. So our representative, the Badan Wakaf Indonesia representative at provincial level, is responsible to monitor all measured components, yeah, in its respective province. And for the WCP implementation, as I said earlier, it measured the performance of individual Nazir institution, and we focus on the registered cash wakaf Nazir institution, because cash wakaf Nazir institution, they also not only manage the cash wakaf but also the fixed asset wakaf. And for your information, especially for those outside Indonesia, that we have around 400,000 individual Nazir, yeah, individual, and then 310, yeah, cash wakaf Nazir institution, and more than 500 Nazir institutions in the form of a foundation or mass organization. So you can say we have the biggest number in terms of wakaf manager. And the presence of the implementation index is used as basis for us to evaluate the compliance level towards the WCP. And as I said earlier, that this index is complement to our national Wakaf index. So it is complementary each other. The higher the value or the score of WCP will be having good impact to the national Wakaf index. So the higher the Wakaf core principles implementation index, the better the national Wakaf index. And this is the methodology in constructing the Wakaf core principles implementation index. Yeah, we divide into two parts. The first one is related with the formulation of the index itself. And the second one is on the pilot project of WCPWI, because of course, this index should be should be practically, it can be implemented, yeah, practically speaking. So in the formulation of the index, yeah, what we do is we conduct, yeah, certain approach, yeah, through FGD and expert judgment in formulating the dimension, indicators, and variables of this Wakaf core principles implementation index. And then in terms of weighting process, we conducted analytical hierarchy process so that we can come up with proper weight, yeah, to each dimension, indicator, and variable. And when it comes to the pilot project, of course, we conducted observation and study to several Nazir institution, yeah, by using the non-probability sampling. Yeah, it's a purposive sampling. And in terms of data analysis, we apply the index, which has been designed as multi-stage weighted index, meaning that the index itself can be separated into its component index. For example, we can measure the variable index, yeah, of the WCPWI. We can also measure indicator index. Yeah, each indicator can be indexed, and also we can have separate dimension index. Yeah, and altogether, if we combine all the dimension index, of course, it will be showing the final result of Wakaf Core Principles Implementation Index. So what we do, since our focus is on individual Nazir, cash Wakaf Nazir institutions, from 29 core principles, we observe that WCP number 1 until number 12, number 1 and number 12 is actually the principles that are not in the hands of Nazir, Nazir institutions. It is in the hand of the government, the authorities, the Wakaf authorities, and of course, it is not directly controlled by Nazir. If we follow the terminology used by Dr. Kuroh in the first session, so it is exogenous variable or exogenous principles, meaning that it is not beyond the control, direct control of the Nazir. But for the WCP number 13 until 29, started from Good Nazir Governance Principle until Abuse of Wakaf Services Principle. So all of these 17 core principles, they are directly under the Nazir control. That's why the foundation of WCP II lies on these 17 core principles. So the 17 core principles become the basis for us to construct the index of this Wakaf core principles implementation, and also becomes the foundation to analyze the compliance level of Nazir institution toward the document of WCP. And what is the result? We have 3 dimensions, 17 indicators, and 34 variables. So 3 dimensions comprise 17 indicators, and indicators comprise 34 variables. So this is the flow of the components. And the weight for the dimension core activities is 36%. Governance is 34%, and risk management is the remaining 30%. So we have these 3 dimensions. Core activities dimension, governance dimension, and risk management dimension. So for core activities dimension, they have 4 indicators. So if we observe about the core activities of cash wakaf Nazir institution, we have 4 indicators, namely collection management, distribution management, wakaf asset problem, and transaction with related parties. While for the governance dimension, we have Good Nazir governance. We use the term Good Nazir governance. We don't use the term corporate governance, because corporate and Nazir, they are 2 different entities, commercial entities and wakaf entities, which have different philosophical foundation. Although we agree that the governance will lead us to a better transparency and accountability. Of course, the term governance will lead us to a better transparency and accountability of the organization. So Good Nazir governance, sharia compliance and internal audit, disclosure and transparency, misuse of wakaf asset, financial report and external audit. And for the risk management, we have the most in terms of number. We have what do you call the most number of indicators. Started from risk management framework in general, market risk, distribution risk, partnership risk, reputation and loss of wakaf asset risk, operation and sharia compliance risk, inter-country transfer risk, and government and profit sharing risk. And on the left side, this is the general formula of the index. We designed the value of index lies between 0 and 1. And on the right side, we divide into 5 different criteria to measure the position of Nazir institution, whether the Nazir institution is in the very good criteria or on the other criteria. So what we did when we did the pilot project, we chose 16 Nazir institutions. So purposefully selecting 16 Nazir institutions as our sample out of 303 registered cash wakaf Nazir. According to 2021 data. And what is the result? 25% of them, out of the 16 Nazir institutions, they were in the very good and good categories, while the remaining 75% were in the fairly good and less good categories. Alhamdulillah, none of them in the not good category. So meaning that the value of Wakaf Core Principles Implementation Index is above 0.21. So I think this is something which is normal, from this 16 Nazir institution. And this year, we observe around 30 Nazir institutions. So in terms of number, it is almost double this year. Hopefully by next year, we can observe all of them, because it is in the interest of Badan Wakaf Indonesia as the authority to ensure that Nazir institutions are running well. And from the result, we know that further supervision and technical guidance for Nazir to implement Wakaf Core Principles are highly required. And finally, what are the advantages of this index for Indonesia? At least there are 4 points that I would like to highlight in this regard. Number one, the presence of this index has been given us a standardized evaluation model that can be measured from time to time. So on the basis of timely basis, we can measure the change in the process of managing Wakaf from time to time. And we have standardized evaluation model. And we also have the guidance for good Wakaf administration, how to administer the Wakaf in a better way, and how to encourage Nazir to have a better performance. We have a guidance because this index will give you the information on the strength and the weaknesses of each Nazir institution that is under our supervision. Number three, the advantage for us is we will be having a better Wakaf database. We have a better Wakaf database because one of the problems, as has also been highlighted by Dr. Imam previously, on the availability of database. So through this implementation index, we expect that the database can be improved, can be strengthened. And finally, of course, at the end of the day, we hope that the performance of Wakaf management of the country can be improved. So I encourage all the WZWF members to try to have our own measurement standard, and hopefully our Wakaf Core Principles Implementation Index can be made as one of the references in this regard. By that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much. Back to you, Dr. Lisa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Ivan, for sharing with us the experience of Indonesia in developing the Wakaf Core Principle Implementation Index, and also a glance about the national Wakaf Index that already developed as well by the government in Indonesia. So now we are moving to the question and answer session. I invite those who have questions to raise a hand to ask directly to the three distinguished panelists here. And you can also to post your chat in the chat box, and later on I will read your question. I will give the opportunity first to those who are going to ask directly. Here we have Mr. Golan. He already raised his hand. Mr. Golan, you can unmute yourself. Is there also any other one who would like to ask directly before I read the question in the chat? Okay, we're waiting to Mr. Golan. We'll read the question. I think there is also a question and answer session by Dr. Jaji and Dr. Imam in the chat. Here we have question from Muhammad Adi. Asked to Dr. Imam regarding to the case Wakaf. So So here with in the English translation about the temporal investment option. So maybe you can share from the experience of Indonesia why it is decided to allow the temporal cash wakaf principle.
Okay, thank you. I think related with the question from Muhammad Adisa about the yes, about the what we call is fikih base about the temporal cash wakaf. Yes, actually everybody is agree that wakaf is belong to the ijtihad domain. So there is some differences about the implementation of wakaf. In Indonesia, the scholars or fatwa of Dewan Syariah Nasional standard fatwa allow us to issue the cash wakaf in terms of the temporal basis. So cash wakaf link sukuk currently is issued based on two options. First is the temporary and second is permanent. For the temporary, the duration is no less than 1 year, and currently mostly is issued by 4 years duration. So I think this is my explanation. Or Pak Irfan, could you add more about the fikih things?
Yeah, please, Pak Irfan.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to add some points regarding the position, the perpetuity issue on wakaf. Actually, our Indonesia wakaf system, we adopt the permissibility of having temporary wakaf. But although in the real practice, it is implemented mostly on the cash wakaf. So we can have temporary cash wakaf, let's say for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, etc. So that the wakif or the donor, they are given two choices, whether their wakaf will be on the basis of perpetual or permanent basis, or it is for temporary basis. And it has to be explicitly mentioned in the ZAKAT, in the certificate showing their wakaf donation. So that is the position, and it is adopted by our law, by our act. In the Wakaf Law number 41 year 2004, the permissibility of cash wakaf, temporary cash wakaf, temporary wakaf is recognized, and therefore, according to the very famous qaidah in the fiqh, which says that hukmul hakim or hukmul wali for khilaf, the decision of the state in the form of law, remove all the differences of opinions. I know there are a lot of differences of opinions with regard to the temporary wakaf asset, but our position is to adopt that one, and this opens the possibility to have a product that can accommodate the temporary cash wakaf, like in this cash wakaf link sukuk, because cash wakaf link sukuk, normally it will be having 2 years in its maturity period, but for private placement, it can be up to 5 years. So this is, I think, my additional explanation regarding this matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Irfan, for the answer. We have several questions posted in the chat box. I will read the second question from, I think, Brother Sandy. This question is dedicated to Dr. Zainul and Dr. Irfan regarding to the cross-border. So I think he is currently doing research regarding this, and he asks about the in conducting the cross-border work, how to move the mawquf and also the user group, and how to guarantee the mawquf perpetuity elements in the destination country and who should involve in this case, and what are the current international best practice regarding to this cross-border work. Maybe Dr. Zainul can address this question, and then later Dr. Irfan. Please, Dr. Zainul.
Actually, Jazakallah for that question. It's actually quite a interesting question, because I know that maybe in the days gone by and the decades and the centuries gone by, there were lots and lots of cross-border waqfs. For example, people in Indonesia or Singapore made waqfs for people in Mecca, or they had waqf buildings in Mecca. People in India had waqfs in Mecca. So this has been like standard practice for Muslims, throughout the centuries. But today, with nation states, I really don't know how this will work, because it depends on each country's regulations of foreign investments and all of that. Because, for example, somebody wants to make a waqf in South Africa. Yes, the country will gladly accept the waqf, but would it allow, for example, if you want to do an exchange, an istibdal with a waqf from South Africa to Indonesia, will that be permissible? That's something I think you will have to check on legal requirements and Reserve Bank requirements for each country. I think it's a very interesting study nonetheless. How do you guarantee the mawquf's perpetuity in a destination country? Well, we've seen experiences of how countries have demolished waqfs, like in Algeria and Tunisia and these places. And if there's changes in governments and from one regime to another, from a capitalist to a communist to this or that, and how they would treat, for example, in Mozambique, all property was nationalized a few years when the independence took place. So to guarantee that, I think maybe what needs to happen is at an international level. We've lost a lot of assets. For example, waqfs that were in Spain, half the waqfs were confiscated by the state, and half were given to the Catholic Church. Can you imagine all the waqfs in Spain? That is what actually happened. So, one cannot actually guarantee the longevity and perpetuity of the waqf. We need to find some international mechanism to protect waqfs. Shukran.
Thank you, Dr. Zainul. Dr. Irfan, your feedback for this one?
In Indonesia experience, of course, when we talk about the cross-border waqf, yes, we had a project to build in some of our institutions, waqf institutions. They have a project to build a hospital in Gaza, for example. It is waqf based, other health facilities there. Of course, it's not easy, because if you are not managing the process very well, you may be trapped into the terrorism issue or other issues that may downgrade the effort to have some waqf project. So that's why the idea of having a WCP document is basically to ensure that all of us have the level of management system, the same level of management system that is based on the Waqf Core Principles document. That's why after the issuance of Wakaf Core Principles document 4 years ago, what we do, we need to promote this document. And when many countries comply with this document, of course, we can ensure that we are running on the safe environment. Safe environment means here that everything will be having all the system and processes of institution of Nazir. They are operating on the basis of legal foundation that may not be having dispute with the government, respective government. And then we have also Sharia control on it. We have some transparency and accountabilities. As part of our assessment, to collaborate, for example, and other aspects that create a system, a good system that is accountable and transparent, and we have the same standard. That's why I personally expect that at least we start from the WZWF member countries. If all of us ratify this document and try our best to show the compliance level to this document, and then try to implement each core principles from number 1 until 29, and of course, if all of us can do that, it means that we have a standardized Wakaf system, and it is expected that the cross-border collaboration can be made easier. I mean, I believe that it will be easier for us if all of us have the standardized system, which is based on this Wakaf Core Principles document. That's my comment.
Thank you, Dr. Irfan, and also Dr. Chache for the feedback for the question that cross-border work. We have another question here from Pak Ahmad Sudiro. This question dedicated to Dr. Imam Teguh and also Dr. Irfan regarding your feedback, your response about one of the foundation in Indonesia, ACT, in which the Wakaf asset currently suspended by the government. How maybe it relates with the rules of the Wakaf Core Principle? Maybe you can give comment about this one.
Okay, maybe I will give a comment on that. The SCT case is a valuable lesson about the importance of implementing Wakaf Core Principle and Wakaf Zakat Core Principle as well. We still respect ongoing investigations and legal processes. Ideally, whoever did wrong should be punished. On the other hand, the investigation process should not undermine the Wakaf ecosystem that is being built. We will continue to pay attention and oversee this process so that it runs honestly and transparently. I think this is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Imam. Dr. Irfan, do you have any additional comment regarding this one?
No, I have nothing to add. I second Dr. Imam. I fully agree with him. So this is the time, the momentum for us to promote these Wakaf Core Principles and Zakat Core Principles, and to promote the importance of aligning our system towards these two documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Imam and Dr. Irfan. We have another question here from Mrs. Pertiwi. Before I read the question from Mrs. Pertiwi, I will invite those who are going to ask directly. You can raise your hand. Okay. And while waiting to those who are going to ask directly, I will read from Mr. Pertiwi regarding to the Wakaf property that is previously Dr. Imam mentioned about the limitation in which the Wakaf asset cannot be pledged. So that there is a difficulty in developing the Wakaf asset. Maybe because she did not mention those who can answer, I will give opportunity to Dr. Imam to give feedback about this one.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Yes, related with the financing on the property asset. We are currently developing a number of commercial assets financing scheme on Wakaf land. In addition to banks, we are currently preparing Islamic capital market products such as Sukuk Link Wakaf, Sharia crowd funds, and others. In addition, we also encourage Islamic banks to take advantage of their advantages and uniqueness, such as ownership of the asset or inventory in their balance sheets. In addition, we are also establishing communication with the state fiscal agency or Badan Fiskal to prepare a guarantee scheme for financing and development on Wakaf assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Imam, for giving the feedback. Maybe is there any additional feedback from Dr. Zainul regarding to maybe the experience of South Africa or the Wakaf in developing the Wakaf asset there?
Well, we currently actually, I mean, this is a very relevant question because currently we are talking to some of the Islamic banks and some of the counters, Islamic bank counters, to actually look at the way in which Waqf assets can be financed. We do have some examples where people have commercial property and they want to develop, but they don't have funds. So, people are approaching us to find out, and we're saying, look, we need to have this discussion with Islamic banks. We know the experience of Islamic Development Bank and their Okaf Property Investment Fund and how they operate. But in a country where we do have a very high risk, currency risk with the US dollar and our South African rand, we need to look at how local banks can actually come to the party, but also understanding how the Waqf system works. And for example, can you mortgage Waqf property? I mean, that's a key question. And so far, the answer is no. And will Islamic banks accept financing a commercial property without taking a mortgage on the property itself? So those are kind of issues that we are like grappling with. And we're due to have a discussion with some of the Islamic banks to actually look at this and see how they can actually, come to the party, come to the assistance of various Muslim NGOs that do have Waqf property and that is not yet developed and that could potentially be very, very productive. So, we just, I think it's something that we need to explore further now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zainul. We have here a brother from Azawan Secretariat who already raised his hand. You can unmute yourself, please, brother.
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, Dr. Elias, this is Dr. Aliu Tahir Muhammad from Nigeria. Azawan is the Association of ZAKAT and WAKAF operators in Nigeria, which I'm the secretary. Thank you very much to the presenters. I really enjoyed all the presentations. I have one contribution and one question. The contribution about the financing of WAKAF property, perhaps the institutions, WAKAF institutions, or NGOs that have Waqf assets could leverage on the Malaysian experience, whereby the Bank Islam headquarters, for instance, was actually the land was asset Waqf. So they built based on the build, operate, and transfer. If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Irfad will correct me if I am. So maybe this is a very good model because they now built the asset and they are operating it for I think 25 years, after which they will transfer the asset to the Waqf owners, which is very good. If you see the asset, a very strategic location. So I think banks or Islam Bank will be comfortable with this kind of arrangement. The question is maybe to Dr. Irfan, or rather a comment still, in terms of promoting the the Waqf core principles, I think there is need for train the trainers, whereby organization would be identified to nominate, and then they train the trainers at the top, and then they will continue cascading this training to the bottom, so that we can easily promote the Waqf core principle, because as it's like remain a document that not many organizations are paying attention to. But I think if we take it seriously, that look, let us have a training, and this training is very important, depending on how we see how long we want to take the training, and then we keep on doing it. Inshallah, it will be a norm and a culture and be acceptable to all organizations. So thank you very much. I wish us the very best in this session. Jazakumullah khair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad from Nigeria, for the sharing about the Malaysian experience, and also maybe Dr. Ivan here would like to give comment about the training for trainer proposal.
Yes, I think it's a very good idea, and I think this can be also discussed in our upcoming annual meeting, to have training, on the implementation of Zakat core principles as well as Waqf core principles. So because these two documents are very important, and they contain the principles that will create, inshallah, a better system of Zakat and Waqf. So thank you for your kind suggestion. And also here we have a number of Deputy Secretary General as well, who may also get the idea, and we will formulate the best way to promote this ZCP and WCP to all WZWF members. Thank you very much, Dr. Aliu.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ivan, for the feedback. So this is very interesting discussion. What we have to end this section due to the time limitation. So I thank you so much for all the distinguished panelists for sharing with us the very insightful session and also the answer. And also I would like to thank you all the participants that still stay in the Zoom until end of this session. Now I would like to invite all of those who still joining to have a photo session. So those can would like to join in the photo session can open the camera, and the committee will help to take the photo.
For
Thank you for the committee for documenting this session. Once again, I would like to thank all distinguished panelists and all the participants in this webinar. Hopefully, this very personal discussion will give a benefit for those during the discussion, and hopefully this will be the follow-up meeting in the upcoming World ZAKAT and Waqf Forum in next month. So I hand over the platform to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Thank you for the insightful discussion from all speakers and moderator on the second session. Now the last agenda is the closing statement from Professor Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur, World ZAKAT and Waqf Forum Secretary General. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. From the very deep and the bottom of my heart, I would like to express my thanks to all presenters, to all moderators and MCs and participants who have been attending this webinar enthusiastically. I believe that the benefit of the material presented by all presenters are not only for the participants and not even only for the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum, but for the movement of Zakat and Wakaf all over the world, that we are going to build a very prosperous world from the contribution of Zakat and Wakaf. I would like to close this webinar, and hopefully we will meet again in another 2-3 webinars later on before the internal conference, and annual meeting of World Zakat Forum, World Zakat and Wakaf Forum in September. I would like also to express my gratitude to the committee who have been working really very hard, and then we all enjoy the result of it. And hopefully everybody will going back home safely, and may Allah force His blessing to all of us. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Doctor, for the closing statement. Finally, we reached the end of this webinar. We truly apologize for the mistakes during this event. Thank you very much for your kind attention and for joining this webinar until the end. We are delighted to see your enthusiasm in our event. For the materials and other details of the event will be sent through the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum webinar WhatsApp group. Inshallah, we will conduct the second and third World Zakat and Wakaf Forum webinar series, Road to Leeds 2022, which the date and topics will be informed later on. So, see you at the next exciting webinars prior to World Zakat and Wakaf Forum International Conference in Leeds, United Kingdom on 20th to 30th September 2022. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Sister Honsa. Thank you, Brother Zainul. Thank you, Brother Imam.